get in.
Hey, I got it
get
pretty
in
well
here.
centered, huh?
Not bad.
Nah.
Not bad.
Okay, sound check. Let's see.
Happy New Year, everyone.
This is supposed to look this ugly. It's not a video defect. Happy New Year, yeah.
Another year. Yeah, here we go.
We can always hope. Hey, David. Well, Mysterious, glad to see you. I haven't seen you before. I know Chris knows who you are. And I say it's been an interesting week. Is your back getting any better, little one?
It seems to be stable at the moment.
Okay.
As long as I don't try lifting things or doing repeated bending motions.
Okay, so it's not getting better, not getting worse. She's going to, who's the doctor this week?
Some orthopedist dude.
The orthopedist
some
dude.
orthopedist nurse practitioner.
Cool. Well, welcome, Mysterious.
Yeah, I could use a good electrochemist. Because it's been kind of interesting. But Chris knows everybody. That's
good.
Yeah. So
got the right guys.
What we usually do here, Mysterious, is we'll take a few minutes to let people show up, and so we just do the not important stuff for the week. I say Eva's back is pretty stable. I go in for surgery in 2 weeks.
Yes.
You know, so then I've got 6 weeks of not eating what I want to eat. So first I'm going to be drinking my food for a while. And even then, I think that it's like 6 weeks of thoroughly mushed stuff and everything.
Yippee.
Yeah. No, one that combines both into one. It's kind of like, what was that somebody said about algebra? It says, first you take letters, then then you combine them with numbers. What could go wrong, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, Rock. Canada-Slovak game, huh?
Hockey. Gotta watch a hockey game.
I guess it's hockey. I'm not sure. Yeah, I suppose it could be soccer.
No, it's hockey.
Yeah.
It's Canada here.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah, Chris, stuff like that.
Yeah.
The video is freezing. Is anyone else having trouble with the video? Soccer is not a real sport. Well, I tend to agree. I say it's more of a game. Yeah, I'm exactly, Mysterious. The problem is I'm a poor chemist and an even worse electrochemist. I know the basic concepts, but the application is a little bit. One thing that I'm sure Mysterious will appreciate is this system that we set up here can be run without a power supply too. You can use a copper anode and a stainless steel cathode, and it'll plate itself. You'll consume the copper, but in some place like Tanzania, where Steve is at or whatever,
get a little off grid.
If you don't have the equipment, that might be a reasonable choice. So,
definitely,
yeah. Yeah, that's what happened to us. The phenomenon is extremely useful in a couple of ways. One, it kind of pointed to some stuff. Secondly of all, when the copper combined with the stainless was plating onto the stainless, a nice plate, I then checked the voltage, found out 0.275 volts. So finally I had a voltage I could use to put in there. And so that helped me a lot. But the thing that I really like about the electroless plating is the fact that by sticking a piece of copper in the solution, it'll tell me whether or not there's gold in there.
Yeah.
And that is really, really useful because without that,
It's such a quick indicator.
well, it's quick, but it's also cheap. It,
Yeah.
it takes me
Yeah.
a week and $25 to get one number
Back
from the lab.
Yeah.
So we now have something where I can, in real time, just check. Like right now, my system is not finished. The resin beads are still in the flask because at the end of our time, I was still getting gold
Coming
from the flask, although I was getting no detectable gold in the electroplating system. But that was good. Yeah, right now what I'm using, Mysterious, is a carbon steel anode, and if I was using an electroless process, I'm sure it would. So I think that while it's a useful phenomenon that might help some people, I have a power supply that can do all this. As a matter of fact, yesterday we were running 2.15 amps at 0.31 volts. We were pushing a lot of current plating that gold. But we tried with a stainless anode once.
You can pull that up and explain it a little bit.
I think it's big enough they can probably see. It
Anybody
wasn't your
doesn't
head in the way.
understand.
Yeah. In the situation where we used a this is hard to do here. Carbon steel anode. Wow, that's hard to do. Can I do it with this?
Yeah.
It's better with this, even then,
No.
because this is reversed.
Right, I know.
Believe it or not.
Right.
But anyhow, by having a stainless steel anode, something plates off the stainless. I don't know what it is. It's a white metal. It does not get digested in the flux, and it does not wind up in the cupel. And it does not blend with the gold. Even got a little bead, and when we turned it over, you can see little spots of gold on the bottom of the bead there. And it was a silver bead. It did not digest in nitric. It did not cupel out. So, nickel, chromium, something like that. So don't want a stainless steel anode, because then you're going to make something that's real difficult to deal with. So we switched to a carbon steel anode. I saw very little corrosion. And because it worked well the last time, I plated it on a stainless steel cathode.
Right.
Now, Mysterious, would you suggest, if you're trying to remove it after plating, would you suggest using stainless or carbon steel to plate onto? One thing I did find out is that stainless and carbon combination in that solution produces a negative 0.5 volts. It was the carbon steel was the cathode.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I used my voltmeter. Probably should have been doing that earlier. But so I actually had to put 0.31 volts from the power supply to get 0.275 volts in the direction I want.
Huh.
Okay. We can try going to a carbon anode and cathode. It's also a lot cheaper. And if the anode corrodes, who cares? Throw it away. But that system, I was pretty confident that we were going to be able to make this work. What was it, a week or two ago when we got the results?
About that when you were talking.
When the
about
elution solution
Elution
was
was-
doing its job.
Right.
Once you can get it in into the solution, then electrochemistry is pretty guaranteed to get it out of solution
Correct.
where you want it. Well, graphite for an anode would work, but how about for a cathode? Would that be desirable? One thing I'm doing here too, since we got a real electrochemist here, what I did, because I'm on a budget and I don't like to make expensive things if I can avoid it. So if here's the carbon steel anode, and here's the stainless steel cathode. They're both 2-inch straps. I just took 2 pieces of rubber tubing on that, and then used rubber bands to hold it together.
Right.
The idea being that when I insert, looking at it from the top,
Your fluid line.
when I put the fluid in here, it's forced to go down here between those before it comes out the bottom. And as such, I felt I could get pretty good contact there. But that's why I designed it this particular way. It was a simple way to make that happen, and also would allow any sludge or anything like that to just run right out,
Yep,
which
go
it
to the
actually
bottom.
did. Fine with me, Mysterious. I know that Chris gave me a link to one of your videos. We have titanium, what do you call it? Titanium mesh. The problem with that is it would not do the physical containment of the solution here. I'm not sure how expensive titanium sheet is. Probably not terribly so. The gold can be peeled off of the stainless, and yeah, kind of like John, exactly. Yeah, I'm thinking we would need to go to titanium sheet for this particular design of cell.
How'd that gold peel off that stainless? Pretty nice.
Well, I had took it apart twice.
Yeah.
Some things are cut out of the video. When it was getting up to 1.5 amps, I'm going, well, that's a lot of current here. I wonder if I'm getting some shorting across, some deposits build up or whatever.
All right.
So I took it apart, and at that stage, there was much less deposits. Okay, thank you, Chris. And the gold at that time, there was an even dusting of gold on the anode also, both top and bottom, but it was so lightly attached that you could wash it off with a wash bottle or just a light scrub.
Right.
But the stuff on the stainless steel cathode was pretty darn tight. I had to go get my razor knife and scrape it with that to get it off. Yep.
Okay.
And so is there anything as a base besides the titanium that would be highly resistant if you put an oxide coating on it? Chris is looking. But yeah, I say these are the sort of things where that would be nice. It'd also be nice if we were selling if it was something fancy that the ordinary person couldn't just buy at Ace Hardware. Yeah.
Kind of nice when you can just buy it at Ace Hardware.
Titanium is the cheapest option. Well, that's a scary sentence.
Ouch.
Graphite doesn't work on oxide coating well due to CO2 production. Okay. Probably not the easiest thing to find. I think graphite plate or sheet is pretty good. Tantalum, that sounds expensive. Or niobium. Yeah. I'm thinking titanium sounds good.
I'm thinking titanium sounds cheap in comparison.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I say we might go to just a graphite anode. I don't know. And the other thing is, if I used a carbon steel anode and cathode, there would be no galvanic action fighting anything. And so I could just put the 0.275 volts on it, and I would think that that would work. So what do you think of that, Mysterious? To just have two pieces of 2-inch steel strap insulated with a power supply on it. Okay, Chris already sent me something here. Let's see what it looks like. Come on. There we go. Titanium, 5-inch by 5-inch grade 1 titanium sheet annealed, 0.078.
2.5 by 10.
Yeah, that would be enough.
Yeah.
2250.
You could cut that down.
Yeah, we
into
could probably
2
make that
pieces.
happen. Okay, let me save this. Okay, thank you, Chris. Yeah, that's a reasonable thing. What did we need to? It may produce ions in solution. There's no real detectable significant corrosion. There's no pitting or anything like that, Mysterious. It when you pull it out and let it sit there, you'll get a little bit of a rust coating on it, but nothing of any depth, porosity, or pitting. What Ally is saying is, I found out it's 304. I talked to Lauren. It's 304.
Food grade stainless. Then.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Platinum coated stainless. That would
oh, you can do that too. Yeah. Do you see gas evolution at the anode? Yes. Definitely so. Yes. Yes, Mysterious. We definitely see gas generation. You know, there's lots of fancy stuff out there if you have the money to buy. We also have a phrase here in Helena, Montana.
You're in Helena, Montana.
You're in Helena. You know,
it's kind of like being in a foreign country.
I would presume it is reacting to some extent. Either that or it may be breaking apart the thiourea. You know, it may be breaking that. It has a weird smell to it that I don't spend a lot of time trying to smell. But I think you may have some hydrogen sulfide-like gases being
Coming
generated. And I know hydrogen sulfide is toxic. Lighting that guy. No, I haven't, although we were thinking about trying it.
just to see. Well, you might know.
Yeah, is it hydrogen?
Yeah, if it is, you'll know.
It's inside a shop, you know. That might be
under a
something.
vent. You're under a vent hood.
Yeah.
It would only be a little fool.
You got a little bit of containment for a while.
Yeah.
It would only be a little fool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it would just be a little.
We're using sulfuric acid to pH 1, 1.25 around there, plus thiourea. H2S never hurt anybody. Oh yeah. It's actually more toxic than cyanide.
The thiourea, can it be recovered?
Nobody's talking about that yet, although we do have an electrochemist here, so it's hard to tell what might happen. But yeah, I say right now it's doing what I want, but that doesn't mean I can't make it do it better.
Well, as long as we have an electrochemist in the house, the goddess will refrain from giving her pronouncements.
There's no such thing as pure stainless in terms of it's all got mixtures of stuff in it.
Certain nickel.
And so at least on a very small scale, you've got, you know, enriched areas with more nickel or chromium or this or that or the other to some extent.
Right.
And therefore, I mean, why in the world would a stainless steel thermometer cover plate
instantly like that?
Well, it wasn't that instantly.
No, but it's still.
Yeah. But as I say, that's the sort of thing where something's coming out of the stainless and going into solution, or you have
An
little micro
attraction, yeah.
dielectrics where here's
You
nickel
got-
here
right.
and there's iron there,
Yeah,
and they
you get
create
an
a current.
attraction. Yeah, you're getting an attraction.
The heat is required to drive the gold off of the resin. It is not necessary for the electroplating. As a matter of fact, it may be negative in terms of that may accelerate the gas generation and stuff like that. But the heat is just to get the solution around those beads hot.
Right.
And everything else pretty much, is, we don't care, except the hotter it goes back into the flask, the less heating you have to add. I have no idea. I'm sure that Mysterious would know. If you're going to put a voltage through this, I'd say a good cheap electrode is graphite and any other metal. Graphite is the anode. Okay. And what kind of grade graphite? Because I know I bought some graphite rods a while back. And when I started trying to use them as an anode, they were just disintegrating. And steel would be the cheapest, Mysterious, for sure. But so there must be a certain kind of grade. I noticed last time I looked, it said like dense graphite used in electric discharge machining. Okay. And I need, let's say, a 2-inch wide strip, 8 inches long. Any ideas, Chris, where I can get that? And so, as I say, so if you can find a graphite for that, yeah, I need a piece about 2 inches long. 2 inches wide, 8 inches long. The electrons did. Damn it. That's the thing with electrons and me. We just don't get along too well. So, let's say that'd be like the 99.5% pure graphite stuff.
Well, like your pour molds, your graphite, that's real dense.
Yeah. So the thing is,
That's
we need something about like that instead of a mold.
Longer.
Yeah. So I know they make graphite sheet.
EDM tooling, yeah, and he's right on that. I'm just not sure which any machine shop that has an EDM machine would have the graphite bars. You're like a bar, actually. Depending on the hole, I guess you're burning too.
I don't know. Yeah, I'd say that kind of spooked me off of buying stuff because I didn't know why it was coming. It's clearly that graphite wasn't made for that application.
Solid block.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That makes perfect sense to me, Mysterious. But we'll have to see. And what would be the best way to make the connection? I guess extend it up out of the thing and then just a clamp to it would be my guess.
Just clamp it so you have a good double connection to it.
Yeah. Well, you could theoretically even
Wrap it
drill
with wire.
a hole and put a bolt through or something. But I'd like to keep it above the solution and put, as I say, a clamp would probably work just fine.
Oh, EDM machines, Alex, have been around for a long time. A lot of machine shops that do head work and stuff, removing bolts and that, they'll have an EDM machine. That's old technology. That's been around since, I don't know, in the 60s anyway.
The gold melting graphite blocks. I've seen blocks used for molds.
Yeah.
And crucibles
That's what
and
he
stuff.
means.
Chris should know. Chris knows almost everything. And if he doesn't know it, he knows somebody who does know it. This is what do you call that? Crowdsourcing.
Yeah.
Yeah, crowdsourcing information.
Yeah. Just graphite molds. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. I knew it wouldn't take too long. Okay, Chris, what you got there? 5 pieces, rectangular plate. Let's see, what size are these? 170 by 150. That's over 2 inches wide. 60 by 150, 30 by 150. That would be a little over 2 inches, but not bad. Let's see, with that, 150 millimeters is what, 6 inches?
Hell if I
I
know.
think so.
I
It's
think
about
you're
24
probably
millimeters per. So I think that's basically 6 inches. That would be long enough. Wow, a whole 508, huh? Wow. Okay. Save this. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, 5.9 inches. So
Yeah, that should work. Okay. This is my place. I've got a studio apartment. Lauren's place, maybe. He's at least got someplace out of the way
Yeah,
where we
we'd
can
have
get a
to-
bunch of
yeah,
people. But
yeah.
yeah.
or do a summer outing with campers and everything or something.
Yep. Okay. So anyhow, it is, let's say, so nice to be able to see when I'm done, because I can tell when to shut down the things that I've got it stripped. Okay, Chris. We don't have a lawn here. Actually, Lauren doesn't have a lawn.
No, Lauren's
He's
get a
got
little.
that little lawn.
It'll get
there.
a little tight out there with too many trucks in the yard
Well,
too.
send him down to Black Sandy.
Well, yeah, that's true. You could have the
That'd be
campground's
close.
just down the road. Yeah,
Yep.
that's true.
No, blind dude, we are extracting the gold from the resin using chemistry. We are recovering the gold from the solution with electrolysis, or actually electroplating, electrowinning. And the resin is loaded. It's the solution from the leaching pad goes through the resin and deposits the gold there. The reason we use the resin is because the solution we use to leach the rock is very dilute, and it doesn't have the conductivity or characteristics or whatever. There's something about it. It just doesn't work well to directly electroplate the gold out of solution. We already tried that first. We tried it first because if it works, it's the simplest. However, it didn't work too well. Whether it's the concentrations, the conductivity, whatever. I mean, we're only running in. Hello, Lada Gavars Patroner.
Anders.
Oh, good. That must be Anders. Yes.
Hi, Anders.
Everything's good with Haley and Joachim.
Woo-hoo.
Oh, Happy New Year, Anders.
Yep. Happy New Year.
And yes, your son was right when he said, in Sweden, we have a saying, there's no such thing as bad weather, only bad clothing. Yeah. Maybe it'd be nice sometime you come back and you get to drive the Bago again, huh? That was so funny. A long time ago, it was a trip to the Good Enough mine, and Anders was the guy driving the miner Bago.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the biggest thing he's ever. He certainly hadn't driven on any kind of a road like that. It was quite the adventure.
I kind of remember some of the video of that.
Yep. Yep. What? No bars in the area? I don't know. I don't go to bars.
Oh yeah, there's those out there too.
I don't know, Mysterious. I mean, again, this is out of my field of expertise, so I'm doing a lot of by guess and by gosh. Hey, Lars, how's it going?
Hey, Lars, is it raining down there yet?
Still? Again? Yeah, Mysterious. Lars has had some real problems with rain this year in Southern California. He's had to dig a mine out twice. And that might be the best thing. And I say, we're we're just getting started on this, so we really appreciate your help, Mysterious. But once we got something kind of aligned, it was working pretty easily.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is so nice to be able to just do a quick test and go, okay, I know what's happening now.
Now you're seeing some real gold too.
I think they call them casinos here, Rock. I remember actually it was Joachim.
There's bars and casinos.
It was funny because it was Joachim. I was talking to him.
It is Montana,
and he was looking at Google or Maps or whatever, and he goes, "Man, there's a lot of casinos up there." And I said, "Yeah, well, it's not what you're thinking of when you think of a casino."
Not a big one.
But yeah, that's where a lot of the restaurants are located too.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So it has something to do with the law around here. I think they think that alcohol and gambling should be put in the same spot.
If they serve food, they can be open more hours and later hours and Sundays, and I don't know. So yeah, they combined them all.
You know, there's a reason for it when it comes to the law. That's how it is. So anyhow, that worked out pretty well at this stage, and we've got a long way to refine it and improve it. But
you're on your way.
Absolutely.
I mean, when you can take your resin and set her up and run it.
Yeah, walk away.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a huge improvement, and to be able to know when you're done without guessing is also.
Yeah, John.
Just once, huh?
Yeah.
I was cleaning out 104, and the guy left some Everclear there, and I'm like, yeah, we can probably use some ethanol sometime, I have no idea. But you've heard of a Mexican standoff, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's the definition. See what you think about this, Rock. Here's a Canadian standoff. After you. No, after you.
The South Park episode was good.
It definitely does, Mysterious. We know that. It's got a lot of copper in it. It's got a fair amount of iron in it. Aside from that,
well,
let's see.
That's the things to work out yet. It's trying to figure out what else is coming out with it,
and can we successfully
recover
it,
recover it, or get it out of your way.
Just get it out of the way so we can reuse the resin.
Yep.
Rock Butcher used an XRF on some of our resin, so we have some idea here. And some of the highly loaded resin was 37,000 parts per million gold, 1,800 parts per million silver, 17,000 parts per million iron, 6,000 parts per million nickel, 22,000 parts per million copper, and 12,000 parts per million zinc. So we definitely have some other stuff there. And so far, we haven't stripped the resin to the point where it looks like the original resin, where it's clear.
Probably answer that bottom one there. Which you were just doing.
Okay.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Describing what.
Yeah, that's what it was. Hey, Anders. Exactly. And it's not super selective, although we used a different resin called Purigold, and it didn't change the same color. It changed to a yellow, kind of a mustard, not as bright as like on the screen here, but it was a more of a yellow.
Golden yellow or gold.
Yeah, you can hardly see it in this light.
It's too bright. But
Yeah. Anyhow, yellow. Well, that's hilarious.
It looks white.
Yeah, it does,
on
doesn't
the
it?
screen. Might show up better somewhere else.
Yeah. Let's see if we take the orange.
Well,
That looks almost like orange.
That looks more pink.
Yeah, but it looks a lot
right.
closer to the
No.
original. I'm so confused.
Not good yellow.
Okay, now do we have a photometrist available here?
Yeah.
So, but anyhow, the Eco Goldex dissolves a lot of stuff. The Max Water seems to absorb a lot of stuff. We haven't had a chance to thoroughly analyze the Pure Gold resin yet, although judging by our spot test from the solution in and out, it was grabbing the gold. But we only have one cartridge load of that to play with, so we're being pretty careful in getting all of our other stuff figured out first before we play with that. Yeah, I agree with Rock Butcher's analysis there, especially unfortunately with the silver. The silver started out loaded pretty heavily and then dropped dramatically. So that's unfortunate. I'd rather have just gold and silver, especially if it had enough silver, we wouldn't have to import any to part.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Yeah, our parting silver, because Eva's doing so much assaying and using typically 2 grams for each assay.
Take it.
And there is certain losses, you know, when we do this. The other, this week we dropped 2 pure 1 ounce, silver rounds into the parting acid so that we can now precipitate more silver, because the cemented silver from precipitating it out of the silver nitrate solution is nice and fine grained, just beautiful for inquarting. You know, it blends real well into the thing. You know, it's easy to measure. Exactly, Mysterious. And I suspect that the maximum loading of the resin is also going to be dependent on the maximum concentration of remove.
Somebody will throw them out of there.
And but anyhow, that allowed us to know when it stopped absorbing more gold, where the gold into the cartridge was pretty much equal to the gold coming out of the cartridge, although it's almost qualitative rather than quantitative. But the resins that we loaded last year, which for a variety of reasons, including a higher ore grade and we're using more solids to liquid because we had a very limited, that cement mixer thing.
Yeah.
So our concentrations in solution there were more in the 15 parts per million range 2 years ago, whereas this year they were more in the 7 to 8 parts per million, and the resin itself seems to have only loaded about half as much. Yep. So I think it's proportional to the solution concentrations also. But as I say, we shall see. We need more experience on a lot of different things. And it's basically me and my wife, who right now has got a broken back. Sounds so dramatic, but I mean, it's injured. And so there's only so much we can do physiologically and time-wise, Yep. Yeah, it could be Chris or Rock. Yeah, Mr. Lodak isn't here today. At least not that I've seen yet.
No.
But the previous residents were loading significantly more than they are this year. We were out at the mill, and the weather report was starting the next day, the temperatures are going to drop well below freezing and stay there for the entire 10 days. When I say well below freezing, I mean like high of 10. So we had to get everything out of the lab, the mill, and everything that could freeze up. And so we had one day to get things done. You know, this was the last day. We'd already done some. And the wind was just incredible that day. I mean, the weather report says on top of McDonald Pass, 50 gusting to 80.
Right.
You know,
high winds.
So we were having to do this in high winds. Now, the winds were so high that I couldn't even prop the door open and keep it there so I could get some stuff in and out. I only had a couple loads of things. So I asked Eva to hold the door for me. And so while I was getting some stuff out, a gust of wind came in and literally picked her up her feet, threw her inside the building, and she landed on a concrete floor. And oh yeah, we're going to be analyzing well, that's when you pull out the resin. Oh yeah, we do that. We're going to be analyzing, we're going to be fire assaying the resin after I've done stripping it. Oh, absolutely. Good work, Chris. So anyhow, I say she got thrown into the room and landed hard on concrete, and she was hurting bad. We had to call an ambulance, and that took, actually, they were pretty fast. They were there in less than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Considering where we're at, that's not bad.
No.
And she was laying on a concrete floor that was probably in the neighborhood of 32 degrees.
Yeah, freezing.
It was about freezing.
Yeah.
I was able to get a couple comforters on her, put a pillow under her head, and we had a blow dryer that I put under there to keep her warm. Thank you, Christ. That just sounds weird.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commandant. CC.
CC.
Yeah. So she's got a couple of chipped vertebrae and some bulging discs, although none are really bad as far as we can tell. She was having real trouble with muscle spasms in the area. But, I mean, she got a heck of a wallop. And so we got to get that, attended to here. But, yeah, it's been over a month now.
Yep.
And she's still hurting pretty bad. Now, that's possible, Rock.
Maybe to a point, Rock.
Rock was saying you laying on that cold concrete may have kept some of the swelling down.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I was concerned about hypothermia under the circumstances.
Yeah,
high winds.
Suck the heat right
I mean, the
out.
door itself was destroyed. I mean, it's ripped in half. It was an interior door.
Yeah.
And now I've got a nice exterior door. So no, I think it's actually a fire door, so it may be an interior door, but it's solid core and it's varnished, so
Yeah.
I'm not terribly worried.
No. It'll
But-
work fine up there.
I could barely carry it.
Them things are heavier.
Oh
now.
my God. Yeah, we're going to have to cut about 3 or 4 inches off the top, nothing off the
Jeez.
sides. And we're going straight into the framing. The rough opening is like a half an inch too wide.
If I might ask a question,
Sure.
wouldn't it make more sense to cut it off the bottom so rain can't get in there and swell it or warp it?
Solid wood. It
You
doesn't matter. Sometimes you got to take some off each end, but
you could do a number of things depending upon how your hinge pockets.
Right.
We have no hinge pockets.
Mm.
We're switching the swing of the door so that now the wind will blow it up against the wall, and we're gonna have to move the what do you call it? The little socket for the strike. You know,
it doesn't show it's freezing on this end. I've been watching the counter and everything, so
okay, yeah, it's somewhere between us and you apparently, but yeah, it was. I had to rest twice just to get it from my pickup to the inside the building and set it down, and that's like less than 50 feet.
yeah, they're heavier now.
Oh, this monster. $75 at the restore.
Yeah.
I got the hinges for it. It's got 4.5-inch pockets, and so I've got the 4.5-inch ball bearing hinges and long screws.
That'll work good.
So it shouldn't be too hard. And I'll need to make sure we got some 3/4 inch and some 1/2 inch strip. Actually, we got OSB there. We could cut that into a strip for that. But we'll see how it sets once we get it hung, what the gap is.
Yeah, we can stop mold the gap on it.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. So we'll get that fixed. But yeah, Eva's that was pretty scary for me. I know it was really painful for her, but it was scary for me because she's a pretty tough girl, and she wasn't very articulate. She was making noises, but it wasn't speech. And then when I asked her, should I call an ambulance? And she, without hesitation, said, I think that would be a good idea. It's like, okay, that's bad. So anyhow, that's what happened to her back. And she's been pretty laid up for the last month and a half or so. Out at Lauren's, he's got like an old office chair, so to speak, but it's upholstered. And then he already, because he had a back injury, he's got one of those pillows with a hole in it.
Yeah.
So she's sitting there in front of the kiln, babysitting that while being on her cell phone and everything like that. And it works out pretty well. Temperature's nice.
Oh yeah.
We go in there and turn on the thermostat up to 70 degrees, and I don't know why, but then that's entirely possible. John, if chat works, it may be key send.
Is anybody else having problems?
Well, let's see. Is anyone noticing the chat locking up, or is it the video locking up? That's a legitimate question that I have no. From here,
It looks like
visually,
it's
we
fine
don't
on
see
the
any
screen.
problems at all.
No, David says no.
Video's okay for Harry. Okay. If it's okay for some of you, then it's obviously
not on our end.
in
Right.
the system there,
It's YouTube
the distribution.
YouTube or your connection.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
All right. No chat. Video.
Okay. Could be.
His end. Huh.
Okay. Thank you, Harry. I haven't seen you before either. Welcome.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jeff.
Chris, that's common for you. Okay. Yeah, that could be it. They can try refreshing it. I better not, Mine will buffer a bit, then I have to hit live to get updated. Huh. Oh, is that one of those stupid, what do you call them?
I don't know what the hell that thing is.
Yeah.
Juniper beetle. Well, they're all over the place this year.
Really?
Yeah, they lasted a lot longer this year than they did
Yeah.
last year. Go figure.
I don't know. See where it's
Okay.
at?
Yeah, he's under the hat there. So.
Under the hat, huh?
Yeah, he went in under the edge of the corner of the hat.
Okay. Come on.
There he is.
Where?
Yeah, I was
Right
showing
right
mercy
there
on them
under-
and just grabbing
Whoop,
them and throwing
just
them
fell
out the
off.
door, but I think I'm gonna get a
There he
little
is,
more.
right here.
Right there. There he is.
What a weird looking thing.
Yeah.
They do kind of smell like juniper.
I'm gonna put their feet on.
Hi, everybody.
That's weird, Lars.
What?
You know that he's losing 3 minutes for every minute he's watching. I mean,
Huh.
jumping in and out.
It's because he's in California.
Too late, 69 mega. I got mine. So let's see. We really don't know how much gold we're getting in terms of recovery, but it's good, maybe better than good. Once we get the system working smoothly, and now that I can test endpoints and stuff,
Right.
then we'll be in a lot better shape to find out. But I would not be surprised if we were getting, in the high 90s in terms of recovery. But the resin still isn't looking light in color like it did from the factory. So I don't know.
Maybe it never will.
Yeah, maybe something else will stick in there, but won't
Well,
cause
that's
a
the
problem.
other thing is, what is it still carrying? You might not be getting out what went into it.
Well,
Yeah.
there.
What?
I'm thinking you should take some of that resin you just diluted that you supposedly got most of the gold out of
What?
and dump it on the bottle roll with our test solution and see if you can plate more gold out of it.
That's later on. First, I got to finish eluting the solution. I say, don't worry about it. I figured that.
That'll be the next thing mysterious, is to have it tested to see if it came out.
Yeah.
See if the resin's clean or what's in the resin. Yeah.
Eva's running about 2 fire assays a day due to a very small furnace. But yeah, we're assaying the resin before and afterwards, and we should be able to get a pretty good idea how good the recoveries are. But I've just been doing so much. Try this, try that, see what happens. To this point, I haven't got a controlled enough situation where I can have confidence in that. That will be the next step. We'll take one of the resins that Eva has already, once I finish eluting this, then we'll take some resin that Eva has previously assayed and do a complete elution on it. Well, that's, whoever has the gold rules. But say that we'll figure out what the recoveries are. Then we'll take some of that and we can try. We have some those yellow buckets there.
Yeah.
That's loaded. That's pregnant solution. And so we can do bottle rolls with some of that. I was just checking to see whether or not Gabe from Purolite had said anything, because I asked him, what's the process is this theoretically after elution? Is it ready to go, or does it need a regeneration step too? So say those are some of the immediate tests. I also have a 1,000 milliliter flask coming, so I can at least double and maybe more than double the amount of resin at one time. I say that would be quite plausible, Chris. I'm waiting for Gabe to get back to me. And one thing we're also doing with this is we're going to be running some ashing tests on the spent resins from what we've already done.
Let's see what happens.
And so that'll all get dried, and then Eva will run fire assay versus ash fire assay, and how many grams of resin can she ash and then do in one single smelt?
Right.
You know, these are little things we're going to be checking. And say, so we got a lot of stuff to do. And then I'm going to be down for
For a
a
while,
week or two.
yeah.
Now, luckily, the lab work isn't so bad that I can't do that once
No,
I'm
but you for a while you won't feel like wanting to do it. I'm
Oh,
sure.
I recover pretty quickly, but yeah, I mean, I'm figuring I'm basically going to be laying here for a week.
He doesn't know that yet, Jeff. That's what he's trying to come up with, is what a regen step would be.
Yeah.
See what the manufacturer says,
Well,
and then go from there.
the manufacturer of the Pure Gold. This is Max
Right.
Water.
Yeah,
The
they
manufacturer has
nothing.
no
Yeah,
input on this.
they had no idea.
Yeah, they haven't the faintest. So it would basically be contacting the resin with some kind of solution or whatever that would basically clear the sites and allow the things to be ready to accept new material. In the case of like a home water softener, that's what the salt does. It strips the resin and regenerates it. No, it's in the resin. When it's in the resin, it's in the resin, and it's not coming out for nothing. You could try eluting, but then all you're testing is the solution itself.
Yep, not the resin.
You know, give it a shot, Chris. That would be cool, because all I can get is sales. I'm not sure Max Water actually makes any resin or anything like that. I think they're just basically buy stuff and sell it for water treatment stuff. You know, we're the reduction works on the Eco Goldex solution. It does not work on the stripping solution. However, the copper strip indicator seems to work just fine on the stripping solution.
Blind dude's got a good one there.
How did the resin get? How did it get in the resin so good? That's what the resin does. It grabs ions out of solution and holds them tightly until it's
Exactly
eluted.
what it's supposed to do.
That's its
But,
job.
Yeah.
And there's, once it grabs it, it doesn't like to let go of it. And that's what we've been trying to do, is find something that would persuade it to turn loose. If you say so, Mysterious, I really don't know. Chris would.
There's your answer.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. I say if it can't be effectively reconditioned to get reused, then we can ash it, after elution and smelt it down. What kind of resume is it again? I think it means maybe regime or something like that. We're using a solution called, I think so, Mysterious, but Chris knows for sure. The whole system is we start with ore and we crush it and we put it in an agitation tank with water and a chemical called Eco Goldex, which is actually a mixture of chemicals. And the Eco Goldex dissolves the gold. Now it's in solution, so we need to get it out of the solution. For that, we run it through an ion exchange resin, which looks like this. This is
used in water.
This is dried loaded resin here. You don't want to dry it until you're done using it because it may not hydrate too well. Another good check. Another thing to test. I tried a number of resins from Purolite and about 4 resins from Max Water, and the Max Water 103 144, I think it was, or 104 133, one or the other.
104 133.
Okay, what she said. It's was by far the best of the Max Water, and of the Pure Gold. I mean, of the Purolite resins, the Pure Gold was the best one there. And so those are the 2 resins we're looking. The Pure Gold did not do as good a job at sorbing the gold from the Eco Gold X as the Max Water. So we initially just focused on the Max Water. Okay. And so the Max Water may be not nearly as selective as the Pure. The Pure Gold may be much more selective, easy to elute, easy to regenerate, and stuff like that. And if so, then fine. Eva's not touching anything here, guys. That's
What, me?
No, he said
Yeah.
you're supposed to leave it up.
Oh,
long
supposed
enough.
to,
You're
huh?
supposed to,
okay. But anyhow, it's stuff just happening in chat, little one. I say, I really don't know exactly what's going on. Again, it's way above my pay grade, but just by empirical testing, we can see what happens under what conditions. And that's entirely possible, Mysterious. And so therefore, what happened was we tried a number of things and hadn't been able to do anything. But when I took the procedure that Purolite recommended for the Pure Gold, it worked pretty good on the Max Water. Again, we've got, I don't know, 20 times the Max Water resin that we do the Pure Gold. So we'll get all of our systems testing done with the Max Water and then throw the Pure Gold in last.
see what happens.
And so far their elution solution has worked just fine, much better than anything else we've tried.
Yeah.
So hopefully their regeneration methodology will be as successful. Really don't know. But if we have to switch to the Pure Gold because it just works better, hey, we can live with that. My best guess at this point is somewhere around there or better, blind dude. I need to have some much better controlled tests to be sure. I have no clue, Mysterious. Chris is giving you much more information than I have. Yeah, I have no idea. As far as I know, the Pure Gold is a similar type of resin to the Max Water, but just looking at the color, it starts out a somewhat different color. The Max Water is kind of clear. The Pure Gold is more of a matte white. When loaded, the Pure Gold turns into a dark, the Max Water turns into a dark ruby red, and the Pure Gold turns into a yellowish color.
Right.
So it may be much more selective. Hey, Richard, how's it going?
Richard.
And so I say I'm glad you do, Mysterious. I just got to try it and see what happens. I must admit, it's nice to see Eva having such a good time because this is like 1800s chemistry. We don't have all this theory to guide us. We're
Right,
just
you're
trying
just
something.
try-
Well, what
right.
happens here? Well, what if you do
Yep.
this and whatever? And
Yeah, fill
It-
notebooks.
it's so fun. I'll be sitting there waiting for something to happen, and I'm reading the book there, and all of a sudden Eva goes, "Holy guacamole!" And so I say, this is fun. She enjoys being a scientist in the kind of the traditional
Sense of the-
methodology.
yeah.
The weigh everything and keep everything method.
Lavoisier would be proud. By the way, are you doing anything?
Me? No.
No?
No, just my own fixing my own crap most of the time, just trying to get all that stuff out of my way because I want to play with them sluice boxes yet that
Yeah.
Chris sent up. I haven't even got a chance to look at them.
Well,
I've got
correct me if
I
I'm
got
wrong,
a
but
whole
don't
bunch of
sluice
other-
boxes require liquid water?
Well, yeah, well,
Yeah,
that'll be
you're
a
pretty well
while. Yeah, I
screwed
got
right
I
now.
got time, but I got I've got some things I want to do yet, but just with Christmas here and everything else, there was, and then some of my own things. And then I had a water line break up at the shop up here, so we spent a few days cleaning that mess up because it got 48
yeah.
below zero. And
Talk to them while I go
yeah,
take a
so
break for
it's
just a second.
So most of it's just unplanned. I'm just living day by day. Yeah, we'll get to that, Chris. We'll get them in the shop and figure it out and build and fabricate. And I'm looking forward to that. That's the things I love to do anyway. But Lauren and I have been talking about a couple of things, and just the way the weather's went here the last couple of weeks with the 40 below, 48 below zero, and it's not real motivating. So anybody else have any good questions they want to get answered tonight, or get them up here on, and we'll go with it. One good thing about playing in that, Chris, is you can change it again and again, cut it loose, weld it back.
That's the nice thing about welding as opposed to carpentry.
Yeah, at least metal you can kind of add back to. Wood is a little harder.
Yeah, my welding teacher said, we have an interesting math in welding. 1 + 1 = 1. Oh. Yeah, I understand the basic theory, but the details, I just have to try stuff and see what works and kind of home in on it.
Well, that's been the issue too, is who do you call? Nobody knows the answers to most of this.
Oh, here's another one, good one for you, Mysterious. When we eluted some of the resin and got it, pretty well eluted, then when we went and looked at it, some of the beads were like an emerald green. Some were kind of a clear-ish orange. Others were black. I mean, they seem to be doing different things depending upon the bead. It's weird. We actually, in our absorption circuit, we have 4 resin cartridges in series. And once the first one is loaded, we take it out, move everything forward, and put another new one at the end of the line. And we'll see how all this all works. Did everyone have a good holiday? Even I did. We had a nice quiet holiday. How about you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a few people into town and had a good time.
Yep. Maybe so, Kodak, but wood is not nearly as strong as steel. But yeah, the I think we may have everything pretty well figured out pretty quick here.
You're
Then-
making some progress.
Then it'll be a
there.
matter of crunching through all the resin we have.
Well, and then figuring out, are you getting it all out?
Well-
Are you able to clear it all out of there?
Now, we're probably going to get an exploration permit this spring for the top of the hill property there. And we're going to have a lot of exploration to do there this
That'll
summer
be
once it
interesting.
melts.
Yeah.
We got more. We need to move more material from Montana B once water is a liquid again,
Yeah.
and make sure nothing bad happened to the mill there. It looks okay.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
It's going to need some pumping
Broken
of
fitting
precipitation.
or something somewhere that might have got froze.
I
That's
don't-
all fixable.
I don't think
You
so.
probably got everything drained good enough. So
Yeah, I mean, we drained everything, and the filter housings are inside, out of the weather, and the only thing that's really
Well,
outside.
Inside is a relative term in this case, dude.
Yeah. I said out of the weather, not out of the cold. Yeah, I would think so, Mysterious. But I mean, the closest thing to problem would be like the totes, but I left the valves open on them. So if anything gets in it, it'll just run out.
Yeah, those should be all right. Sure.
Yeah.
I have had valves cracked on them though. That must have held a little water around where the valves,
Yeah,
plastic
something like
to
that.
plastic. But that's easy fix stuff.
I can get some more for $40 each.
Yeah.
You
Yeah. No, that's
know. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, CC.
well, we've got some videos going backwards and some of these Monday night deals or Sunday night and Monday night. Depends on what the time frame was. But we did go over quite a bit of that commanded. We definitely would go back over any of it though. That's not an issue.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Keith plans on trying to show some of the exploration work that they're doing this year on video this coming summer.
We'll have a lot of it.
So, and I think Lauren and I are kind of hoping to be able to do some excavation stuff
out there near the log cabin area. Yeah.
So we'll see if that all happens.
That would be good. Yeah, you're the guy that doesn't take enough video.
I know. Well, some of it this year I couldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a
Confidentiality agreement.
confidentiality agreement that I had to just be there and shut up.
Pushed up for probably it didn't get work. Oh, okay. So just a stockpile. Yeah. Okay. So you got a stockpile, Artie. What's the question about it? Okay. Waiting.
He probably couldn't.
Mysterious
get too
seems to
close.
know his stuff.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, you get the right chemical guy.
Hey, Jake. When was Hard Rock Video's first video? It would be, where does gold come from? And if somebody wants to just Google that in terms of videos, you'll see
about 9 years ago.
Yeah,
or seven anyway.
7, 8.
It's
something like
it's
that.
at least 7 years old.
I'm a little
No,
hesitant.
Keith has been making videos for a long time. There's a bunch of them back there.
Let's see what it says. Where does gold
Right there. Just move down it.
come from? Go to
Back when
videos.
dinos roamed the earth.
Let's see. There it is. July
15.
26, 2015. So 7.5 years.
Yep.
I'm number 2
I know.
on the search. That's
Yeah.
right, man.
It's been there a long time too.
Yeah. Where would the
Okay.
best layer be to start processing? That would be very hard to determine without doing a lot of testing. I would simply say, what's the easiest spot to start processing, but start by testing first.
Definitely, Artie, start by testing, and ideally do it in a vertical cut in the pile. Test the top, foot
Yeah.
or something, and then test, like another gallon out of the next foot and another gallon or two out of the, or a 5 gallon bucket at each level, and see if there's a difference. Because if it was dozered up into a pile, it's somewhat combined and mixed. So that in itself is a problem. If the values are high enough, you run it all. Ideally, just start shoveling it through a high banker or a sluice box or whatever.
Well,
But the only other way to test it would be vertical trenching, just like a 1 foot wide trench from the top of the pile to the bottom of the pile.
yeah, if it was pushed up with a dozer, it's going to be
It's
in kind
gonna
of layers like this.
it's going to be blended.
And then here's your slip face here.
Right.
So you're going to have these layers. You want to take your samples from this face, not this one.
Yep.
You want to try
The back side
get
of
a
it.
cross section of all these layers and get some idea of what you got. Is it placer or hard rock? Notice how you immediately assumed placer and I immediately
Right.
assumed hard rock.
Well, yeah, that is a good question.
Yep.
It was pushed up with a dozer as a cut in hard rock. Yeah, that's a whole nother concept.
Yeah, I say so. If is it placer? Is it hard rock? What exactly is this stockpile? And are you sure it was an ore stockpile?
And not
Or-
just muck,
yeah, just
overburden.
Just piling it, getting
they're
it out
cutting
of the way.
cutting overburden on placer or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of reason why a dozer might stack something there. Not the least of which might be to haul it off later and do something with it. Construction. It's hard to tell. Okay. Yeah, then you should, just
Yep.
test it with the high banker, whatever you got.
Some way, but ideally just, like we were saying, do a vertical cut on the pile. And you should be able to come up with an idea. Like I say, if it's valuable enough, you wash it all. So,
Absolutely.
because it's going to be mixed from that dozer pushing it up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
That
that's not. Yeah, it doesn't do you a service with a dozer, really.
Not
It's
unless
hard
it's
to-
all good.
Well, yeah. If it was all good, that'd be totally different. But
Yeah. Oh.
But over the winter here, we definitely sure could revisit some of the things over the last couple of years we've done, as far as claims and exploration permitting and things like that.
Yeah. Well, I'll say we'll be doing some of that later on this spring. Let's say that the exploration permit, we need to get that. And yeah. 3 grams per ton. That ain't bad. 1/10 of an ounce.
Yeah. That was actually a subject I thought about bringing up tonight, but I know Keith had all of this, and I was going to talk about sampling, and I really wanted to talk to Rock Butcher about it a little bit before we sat here online with it. But there's a lot of different ways to sample depending on what you're sampling, and I think that's something we need to sit and talk about some night.
That'd be good.
I don't know that tonight's actually the night, but it is a good subject because a lot of you guys are going out to a mine, you're hand picking a sample, going back, having it crushed or having it tested and coming back with a low number. And that was the only sample you took from that area. And that in itself is a huge mistake.
Yeah.
The more you can learn about an area, and then the more you can kind of grid test it, even if it's on a big grid scale, the more or the better the chance that you may find something valuable just like Rock just said, they went onto a site where the guys pushed it off, called it low grade. Well, what was once low grade at one time nowadays could be high grade.
0.2 gram per yard on average dry washing, no time or reason to location. Okay, so we got
Reason to the location of the pile. So
what's price of gold now? About 1800?
18, yeah, say 18.
Divided by 31, divided by 5. $11 a ton.
Not a bad number. It's
Yeah.
not going to make you a lot of money, but if you're doing it and enjoying what you're doing, there's gold there in that pile, Artie.
Do you have the right to access the minerals on this property? Have you claimed it? Do you have an agreement with the owner of the mineral rights? And that's kind of the next question.
Yeah.
Rock Butcher, how many tons per hour can you do?
Or yards or what?
Yeah. And how big is the stockpile?
Right.
You know,
I mean, if you're doing it for fun, yeah, that pile, you could have quite a bit of fun in it, sounds like.
on the other hand, if you're trying to do it for profit,
Then you need the tons, then you need the yardage,
Yeah.
tons per hour.
it better be a big stockpile.
Especially at that number. Although I think you're going to see gold continue to slowly go up, and that makes it worth more money. The higher that gold price gets, the more value you got.
Well, the other thing too, Artie, have you tried taking a metal detector to it? If you have a metal detector, because if you have the occasional big chunk of gold every once in a while, that adds up.
Oh yeah.
Yes, active claim, recreational, large pile. Well,
Yeah,
define
there
a
you go.
large pile, Artie. How many feet by how many feet by how many feet? Because
Probably enough to keep them at a recreational scale, probably enough to keep them busy for a while.
yeah,
So that's all good.
Yeah. if you're just doing it recreational, it's not bad. If you got a metal detector, I would definitely go over it with that.
Never hurts.
Yeah.
I do want to compliment Chris down there in Australia for bringing up the concept the other day, though. The best metal detector made is a gold pan. I love that quote. And it's like, that is the truth. You want to test it, get a gold pan and start checking. And not to say, when you get into certain hard rock, you're not going to see all the gold, but hopefully you see some.
Well,
It's the indicator,
a pan is definitely extremely valuable. Chris, my Mark 1 eyeballs are about a Mark 0.01 eyeball now. It's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah.
Plus my brain, I'm getting really bad at okay, I just had something in my hand literally
shit.
10 seconds
Well,
ago.
That happens to all of us.
Where is the chartreuse hammer I just had
wait,
in
yeah,
my
just-
hand?
yeah.
Oh my God.
I know it's right here somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, so we
30 foot
got
deep, 100-foot long. That's a nice pile.
decent size. Well, when it's a dozer, it's not going to be 2 feet, So we got 5 yards by 10 yards by 33 yards. So 16,500 tons. Let me do it again. Oops, no, 16,500 yards. Let's see. 5 times 10 times 33. 1,650 yards. So you're looking at about 2,000 tons. A little shy of that bank fill. So you got about 2,000 tons of stuff there at $11 a ton.
Yeah, there's some value there.
So you're only looking at, if that's the grade, about $22,000.
Yeah, so you don't want to spend a lot of money on equipment, but
Got 10 yards and 2/4 gram nuggets, 0.25. Yeah, that's it. So you're looking at,
on a recreational level, though, there's a lot of fun weekends right there for a long time.
2 2 quarter-gram nuggets. That's not bad.
No.
10 yards. I say you're not going to get rich on that. You don't have enough tonnage to bring in big equipment.
No, not to make it worth it.
Yep. How much water have you got there, Artie? Is this something
So
where you
there-
could set up a sluice?
That's what I would do, even a closed circuit, because your recovery is better with a wet circuit than a dry washer. But
Well, and you can, maybe have a little plant there, but I mean, I can move a couple tons an hour with a shovel myself.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
a small recycling wash plant would be slick.
Something like a super high banker.
No water.
No water?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you got a problem. That makes it more complicated. So, I say that's the sort of situations we're looking at.
That's true, Chris. It's just on that. It's a recreational level piece. That's about as good as
Mhm.
it's going to be.
Yep.
At $11 a ton or so, you're not going to make any money.
Yeah.
You'll have a lot of fun, but you're not going to make any money.
I don't have fun.
Well, I mean, if you're just using a high banker and getting some gold in that, I guess, yeah, you make some money. At least you pay for your expenses.
I'm having
I think,
fun this
right?
week.
Well, yeah.
That's-
Start to see some gold and be able to strip it off.
That's
a
one of
piece
the
metal.
frustrating things so far. Is like, where is the gold?
Yeah.
You placer guys, you can see it. I can't see. I can't see it in the rock.
I think he meant a couple tons a day, actually, by the time you're done. But
Yeah. Yes, I can move a couple of tons per hour with a shovel if it's loose fill.
yeah, I know. I've shoveled dump truck loads of sand before.
Yeah, if it's loose fill, if you're not having to work through big rocks or loosen it up or anything, yeah. 10, 20, 30, 40. I mean, that's about how fast it goes. Yeah, there you go, Artie. I agree.
Oh shit! And it's convenient too.
Bucket every 5 minutes. Actually, I think it'd have to be a little bit faster than that. Because I think 40 buckets per ton is
That's about right.
and let's say I can fill a bucket, and if it's loose fill,
Can fill it pretty fast.
about 4 shovelfuls.
Yep.
So I can do 2 or 3 buckets a minute. So
Yeah, you can move a lot of material if you really just stay at it.
you've seen that mill out there. All that
Oh,
was done
I
by
know.
hand.
I
And
know.
I mean, I not only dug it, I had to haul it.
And then you're feeding it in.
There's a lot of the whole pad.
I know.
Everything.
Yeah, you hand dug the
I-
whole
When
works.
you were
And I
doing
had to
the whole
haul it to the
milling
other end.
yourself, from
Yeah.
step one to getting it in the thing, you were running at one point about 500 pounds an hour.
Well, that's just the milling.
That's the whole
Yeah.
process.
That's grinding.
Yeah.
That was slowing me down. I can shovel a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's just a
Yeah, even at that 500 pounds an hour, I'm doing a lot of this. Even though I got to take the buckets and dump them in the tank and this and that and the other. Oh yeah.
No, you can move a lot of material in it. You get a good high banker or something, you can go through a lot of material.
Well,
You
you
know.
published a good video at one point there about how to use a shovel for moving a lot of rock.
Oh yeah. No, it's the breaking the material that's the time consuming
Yep.
part. The
Yep.
shoveling part,
If it's loose, it's not bad.
it's not bad at all.
No.
And the other thing that people often do that's really inefficient is they shovel with their arms. It's like, no, put it in there, drive it in with your foot,
Yeah.
and pick it up with your arms.
Yeah. But the more you do, the more you learn that, though.
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
why shovels are designed the way they are?
Pretty much.
Just saying.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good, blind dude. But then, yeah, it goes away. It's frustrating. Absolutely. Oh, that would be so nice if the top of the hill claim had some decent width of good grade, because then we could just mine the crap out of it without having to haul it up that decline.
You start testing and checking and you'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if they, historically they mined under there, so there's something there.
Yep.
They didn't do that for fun.
Nope, they didn't do a 1,500-foot access tunnel for fun.
No,
Yeah, not for the exercise either.
no.
Yeah, but that Montana B, I know we're going to get to it a lot quicker than top of the hill. 5,000 versus 7,000 feet.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll punch through to the 40-foot level. And I've got one more load of stuff from that dump there. That'll give us a nice big turnaround area too. But then got to go back down the hole and keep advancing, see what we can come up with there, see what the ore grade does. Because below the 40-foot level, they were getting a lot more aggressive at digging stuff besides putting a decline in.
So
And
if the grade goes up, that'd be good if he can hold on to some ore.
yeah. Well, and then-
stay in some more.
Then we got that other decline about, 1,300 feet to the south, where I went to the 40-foot level and I was by myself and there was a brow there that I had to go. But I mean, clearly below me was where they mined it. The stuff above me was very consistent. They chased a few little cracks off to the side, seeing if it turned anything. Below me, the bottom dropped, the roof raised.
Yeah, they started going at it.
Yeah. And I got a 2-pound hammer down there too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
you dropped it down. Yeah, you'll get there someday. Get down to get your hammer back.
Yeah. So I say that's another thing I've got to do. I got a lot of stuff to do. Even you got to get yourself in shape. Bear needs a helper. If nothing else, at least a safety person.
Yeah,
Yep.
a witness. I always said, bring a witness. At least they can describe what they think happened.
Well, we got cell phone reception in that whole area, so I can
So they can call mine rescue and get you out.
call for rescue.
They got a pretty good team here.
Wonder how long it would take them to get out
2
there.
hours.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, because like where you're at, I imagine they'd probably call Butte Rescue probably. So it'd take them a little while to come around the mountain. But
Oh my goodness. My telephone. My brother. You
Oh.
forgot. I don't.
Monday.
Yes, Randy. Okay, Happy New Year. Yeah, I'm on my live stream here. Oh. Yeah, we did we made some pretty good progress today. We have a stripping circuit that's working reasonably well now. Still low capacity, but it's being pretty efficient and coming up with some nice gold. Okay. Oh yeah, just look at, if you ever actually watch my videos, you'd see this stuff. Shaggy says, "Hey Randy." Chris Georgie says, "Happy New Year, Randy."
Yeah. Mondays are the show.
Happy New
Randy.
Year, everyone, he says. You take care, Randy. Bye-bye. So, anyhow, I got so much stuff to do. Oh, my muscles would be happy.
Richard, what are you trying to get farther and farther from home there, or what?
Sneak.
Yeah. Evidently wanted to get out of the northern climate, maybe.
Lake Roberts. Not familiar with that one.
I'm not either.
Hopefully we get some more. What do you call it? Fishing done this
Oh yeah,
too.
get out ice fishing.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Lauren says in February is when the ling come in. Go up to Canyon Ferry and slay the ling up there. Is the plan. Let me check something here. And and see when something's going to be here. Friday the 13th, Friday the 13th, January 12th, February 1st, January 10th, more thiourea,
So you got a few things
January
coming in.
10th, running late. Friday, Wednesday. Okay, your lenses will be here on Wednesday, little one.
Okay.
The picture that everyone saw for the thumbnail was taken with Lauren's cell phone with his macro lens. Eva's going to get one, so hopefully we'll be able to give you a lot more
Add some
pictures
pictures into the
of
videos
stuff
and
like
stuff.
that. You know, we sometimes see some pretty cool stuff, but it
You can't.
it's
There's no way
just
to
too
get-
small.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get the
And
magnification so you can actually take a picture.
here's another thing too. What's his name? Coulter for mining magnets. He says there's a place up there in Boise used all kinds of stuff. And he said last time he was there, they had like about a half a dozen microscopes. And I said, well, how much? And he said, about less than $100, I think. So next time he goes by, he's going to make a video of what they got and kind of narrate it. And this could do this.
I've really watched when I go, because I hit some garage sales and that all the time
Yeah.
and things like that. And I thought one of these days I'm going to find something worth having.
Well, I presume that you're interested in that potential if something shows up. Yeah.
See, I don't need it, but I would like to have it.
They are
So-
so helpful. They give you a capacity. It's kind of like, you know, the guy says, well, I don't need a scope on my rifle. And then he gets one. It's like, oh, well, yeah, I can
boy,
actually,
That's kind of nice.
Yeah, you sure can.
Well, I know.
you know, so, but
And
say,
my one buddy, he carried one right in his pickup truck. He had a piece of plywood and all his microscope and everything. He'd put
Yeah.
it right on the tailgate of the truck and set it up, and he'd be checking rocks, and it made absolute sense.
hey, Dan, how's it going?
Hey, Dan.
Yeah, we made some pretty good progress this week, as you saw by the video and everything. So it's so frustrating because I'd like to melt all that down and see what's in it.
Well, you will.
No,
You'll
I
get
won't.
there.
She will.
Oh, well, you'll get there.
Yeah, she'll have to put it in her queue. I tell her what the priority is, and then she decides how things get processed.
Oh, we got you back, Rock.
Yeah. Yeah, that happens, Richard.
That makes it tough when you can't find any history or records at all, though. I mean, then all you got to do is go to every site and check and look, and
well,
that's all you can do.
You can pan for more than just gold. When you pan, you get
Well,
the heavy
any
minerals.
any sulfides and that. Take anything
Whatever it
weird.
is, yeah.
Yeah, take samples of that back with you and analyze it. And
Yeah.
Snowing again. That's what it does in winter.
By the way, Rock, who won? Canada or those
I
damn
think
Europeans?
Probably Canada.
The Canuckastanis. But yeah, that's our microscopes are very, very useful. And what we're doing right now, it comes in very, very handy. But you need a good illuminator too. That's another
Oh
one.
yeah.
We got these. These are the flashlights we have to go mount on our helmets.
Yeah.
See how bright those
Yep.
things are?
Yep.
And it's lithium-ion batteries,
Yep.
so we can just recharge them,
Charge them,
so we can
yep.
use them all we want. Yeah, Rock.
That's true,
Makes
Rock.
sense.
I mean, over the time and things that happened, people didn't document it or pass it on, and that's unfortunate because even in this area, there's a lot of holes in any historic stuff.
Of course, I have to ask, Rock. I don't know about hockey. Have you ever seen me on ice skates? Do you have to ask? Tell you what, I'm usually vertical, but I'm quite often horizontal, and I cannot go backwards for the life of me on ice skates. To go backwards, I have to stand at the side and push off and coast to a stop. I just cannot whatever the heck you do with your legs to make it happen just doesn't happen with my legs.
Yeah.
Yep. It's very annoying. Physiologically, I am just a klutz in many ways. My brother, on the other hand, is not.
More athletic.
He's got fast reflexes. He's dexterous in terms of athletics and stuff, and a good shot. Can hold a rifle steady. So I can hold a rifle steady if it's laying on something that's not moving. Moonwalk. Yeah, I can't do that either, David. I probably couldn't moonwalk on the moon. Well, good. If they were behind and then they won, that's good. Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting. She's late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Eva has done an amazing amount of assaying. She's sitting there.
Oh yeah. I was just
6-7
out
hours
there
a day.
and,
Yeah,
just
you saw.
watching what's going on there a little bit.
Yep.
And I've been out to Lawrence a couple times when you weren't there. I was out working on my
Yeah.
truck and that. And yeah, it looks like you got quite the neat deal going there.
I say it's
Nice setup.
It's a
that's for
nice
sure.
setup. Yep. And hopefully we'll have that excavator back together this week. I think he's got the last few things almost here.
Yeah, he said he was waiting for just a couple gaskets or something.
Yeah, something like that. Luckily the head wasn't cracked.
I'm going to be out there tomorrow. I'm going to go
Oh, really?
work on my truck.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see you in the afternoon. And then, when was your appointment on Wednesday, little one? I know you had an appointment. And I got one on Friday, but that's at 8 in the morning, so it doesn't matter. 1:30. Yeah, we'll be a little late out there on Wednesday.
Yep.
Ouch, Keith. Chris. Ouch.
What? What? Wouldn't the light side be wouldn't the right side be the light side? So I can spin the other way? But, so, I say, tomorrow we should be there about the usual time, Lauren, and Wednesday a little bit late. Friday, again, when it's just my appointment, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
I usually set it up early because I'm awake at 6, 7 in the morning normally anyhow. So get it out of the way. I'm gonna need to write down some stuff for that though. My shoulder's been hurt a little bit, my right hip a little bit. So we'll have to see. Ha ha, blind dude. I laugh upon your commentary. Well, a problem with that too is the whole Bureau of Mines thing, etc. It used to be like in Arizona, they'd have an inspector that would just go to all these operating mines like every 6 months.
Historically, they
and
did
write
that
down
here to a
notes.
certain amount. Every few years or so, a geologist or somebody would go around.
Yeah, but
You know,
the government
and
is
write
now
stuff.
hiding that
Well,
information.
I know. Yeah, you can't. You got to really hunt for it.
Yeah, that's the
And
problem.
if it was private information, like Rock said, from one landowner to another on some of these properties, the material never made it evidently from one to the
No.
next,
I don't have anything on that.
which is
Topic.
unfortunate because, I mean, anytime anybody's on your property, get any information you can from them.
Well, that top of the hill property,
Probably won't find much.
yeah, we know that it was a 40-foot wide breccia zone. We don't know what the grade was, what anything else was. I don't even know what the dip is. I know what the strike is because I have a map,
Right.
but the notes don't even have strike,
No.
dip, anything like that.
It'd be fun to open one of them portals up and get into that thing just to map it.
Well, the
You know,
problem
as
is,
much as sample it too, but just to map it so you get an idea what could be on the surface or over you.
well, the other issue is that it's all been sealed up for quite a while. So you've got a dead end drift a half a mile long.
You get
It's
your,
going to be tough to ventilate it.
yeah, get your meters and see. You open it up and leave it for a while. Let it naturally cycle first,
Yeah.
and it will with pressure changes. And then you definitely want your gas meter, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
go at it.
And an
you
oxygen,
know.
because the
Well,
problem is when you're 10 minutes from the entrance,
yeah,
if the pressure changes and, you know, no oxygen air comes out and surrounds you, you got to be able to get to the end of it
yeah.
on your what you're holding in your lungs if you don't have oxygen. Yep. Well, we'll see what we can find on surface, because the stuff in that area from the geologic reports was like dipping to the north at about 20 degrees. So there should be something. And I'm thinking there's a surface structure there that looks potentially parallel to it. And I mean, it parallels both of the drifts.
So get a cross cut or
You know,
trench on
and
it.
start, you know, digging
See
through
if
the
right-
soil and
Yep,
seeing what
see
the hell's
if
there.
anything comes up.
It's all on the patented ground, so it's
That's
a lot
good.
easier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's good.
that makes it a lot nicer.
And if you're just doing it, especially just doing some surface disturbance, I don't know if I'd even ask. I think I'd just do it.
No,
As long
not
as
for
you
that,
don't
yeah.
until you bring in big equipment.
Hey, Tom. That's right. Absolutely. I got the papers are ready to be signed, but nobody was open today.
Well, Dan, if you start to get good at what you're doing,
It'll happen.
it'll happen. Somebody will offer you a chance, or basically you can become a professional prospector. But you want to definitely learn what you're doing, and you want to learn from like Rock Butcher and these guys that you're dealing with, and learn everything you can, and that can happen.
Ooh, I thought of something else. Nowadays, you could probably take a little battery operated, like those little toy trucks or whatever, put your meter on it and a camera.
Send it down the.
You know,
well, if the
and
attic's
send it-
halfway clean, yeah.
You
I
know,
mean, if you start to have too much debris and that to work around, it could.
tracks.
Although, well,
they get
they
a track
can
one.
actually they can fly a drone now right down at a drive.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, that's right, Jeff.
oh yeah,
that's our problem.
That's been a problem, Jeff. Is they're actually being paid to go bury them and to remove them from the maps. A lot of the newer Forest Service maps you'll get down here, the old mines aren't on them. They took out. I don't know if they did it on. I'm sure they did it on purpose, but they're not putting all the little notes on the maps anymore.
Yeah, they stopped that like what?
About 8 years ago.
70s?
No, about 8 years
Oh,
ago.
they actually started.
Oh yeah, there was
on the
maps. There was
USGS.
current maps, Forest Service maps here that had the little mining
I know, but
symbols
they've
all
been
on them.
disappearing.
Oh,
for
yeah.
years.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure they have. But
Oh, yeah.
it's to the point where even a lot of the old mine roads aren't on the map, and the roads are still there.
Well, what's really frustrating is like there was a guy down in Arizona there. I looked at his mine. They put all those, metal things all over everything.
Yeah.
Without his knowledge or permission.
Yeah.
And then
Oh, yeah.
he had to fight for months just to get a key.
Yeah. No, same thing happens here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean the technology has actually helped us a lot if you can slowly work some technology into what you're doing.
Yeah.
In Jim's case, their Rock Butcher's case, they probably had a nice budget. They could do whatever they needed to do. But even for the small prospectors like myself or that, technology, even spending some money sometimes on technology is not a bad thing.
Yeah. Well, especially
You know,
if you have a
it's
tool
an
you can use
investment.
again.
Right. It's an investment in what you're doing going forward.
Yeah. It would be interesting to have something that was
I mean, I know.
Hey, that's where we could get one of those Boston Robotics dogs.
Yeah, it's in the dog end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those
But
things
I
are
know
weird,
just
man.
even from the
Thank you.
placer work that I've been doing in that, where we've used drones just for the photography work, the video work above, it looks different from above. And a lot of
Mhm.
times it'll kind of point out an area you need to get on the ground and go look at. You know, you need to walk in there and go look at that spot.
Well, and you can look at it from different angles
Angles.
easily.
No, the drones are
Yeah.
pretty neat little addition.
Depends on the person, Rock. There's some, there's some people I know. You know, that's what we call an investment.
It was an investment.
The world is a better place now. Yep.
No, definitely there's a safety thing there that's worth it.
Yep. I was hoping we could drop a camera down the vent shaft, but apparently it's plugged. It's caved and plugged.
Yeah.
You know, I can just see that. Well, let's see if we can open this.
Just make
What
sure
could
you're
possibly go
make
wrong?
sure you're tied on a string. You're
Yeah.
gonna start banging on it's a shaft. I don't even like to jump in a hole anymore, just for fear that it's what it is.
There was one time when I was working in Oregon there.
Find out even though there's no rock piles, it is an air shaft they stoped up into.
Well, it was clear that the shaft continued
Yeah.
on down, but that it had caved and stuff. And so I rappelled down, and I mean, I had taken all my excess rope and coiled it up so it couldn't get caught in a collapse. And I
Right.
hooked up, and yeah, I was being very, very careful. So if it did collapse,
yeah.
I would
Hopefully
some
wasn't
dirt-
going with it.
dirty drawers and be hanging in midair. You know.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, it can get pretty. And by the way, anyone who wants to know, AZ Prepper 7 is a Mexican.
Can you say that?
Well, he's of Hispanic heritage. He's an American citizen. You can tell his Mexican heritage because he's a good hard worker. Got a lot of respect for them because
Good guy.
yeah, they work
Yeah.
hard in general, you know. But yeah, Tom's a pretty good worker. Pretty smart too. He's learning. By the time he gets to be 40, he's going to be pretty sharp. You
He's
know.
gonna be a formidable person.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh.
All right, we're gonna turn it over to the goddess here for a few minutes, guys.
Howdy. Happy New Year, everybody. Hi, Gold Pandan. Hi, Shaggy. Hi, Rock Butcher. Hey, Parrish. So I see everybody is here, and I hope everybody had a fantastic New Year, whatever thing. Rock Butcher, that must have been so cool. I hope everybody had a fantastic New Year. Our New Year was nice and quiet. There's something to be said for this, okay? You too, Shaggy. Well, now, there are things that are going on in the mining world, which is kind of cool. Every once in a while. Hi, David. Yes, I have my braids, Parrish, you little macho taco, you. So, in the mining world, the Panama president says final contract to First Quantum has been presented. Panama's president, Laurentino Cortizo, said on Monday that the government has presented Canadian miner First Quantum Minerals a final contract to regulate operations. Cortizo, during a speech to the nation, vowed to abide by the Constitution in the negotiations and establish a fair relationship between the parties. The two sides are at odds over such issues as contract stability and the government's plan to increase royalties to $375 million a year, which has been at the forefront of discussions. Cristiano Adames, president of the country's National Assembly, said during a separate speech he had proposed a new mining code to avoid the needs of Panama being put behind those of multinational companies. I am all in favor of a Panama First policy here, but I do hope that their definition of Panama First is not so onerous that it's going to cause problems in the industry going down the road. That seems to happen sometimes with governments. You got to wonder about that. And in other news, LME, our dear friends over there, ends chaotic year with metal stockpiles perilously low. The London Metal Exchange will enter 2023 with the smallest available warehouse stockpiles in at least 25 years. Oh, gee. The goddess has to wonder how that happened. Setting the stage for future squeezes and spikes if demand turns out stronger than expected. Available inventories of the 6 main metals traded on LME plunged by 2/3 in 2022, with aluminum's 72% decline accounting for the bulk of the drop, while zinc shrank by 90%. That's not good. Collectively, inventories not already marked for withdrawal hit the lowest level in data going back to 1997 on Thursday and finished the year only fractionally higher. While most of the world's metal never sees the inside of an LME warehouse, exchange inventory levels are important because every short seller who holds a contract to expiry must deliver physical metal registered in an LME warehouse. This is the way COMEX operates too, and we'll be getting to them in a few minutes. The LME has introduced new rules to allow deferral to prevent future squeezes, but the exemptions come with costly fees. The tight stockpiles also reflect a tension that has gripped the markets for much of this year between constrained supplies on one hand and worries about weakening demand due to recessionary threats in the world's key economies on the other. For traders on the LME, the dwindling inventories represent another litany of headaches following the most dramatic years in the exchange's 145-year history. Well, gee, the year you decide to openly cheat and violate your own rules and screw over a bunch of people and then put in open price controls. That probably has nothing to do with it, I'm sure. Just saying. The LME is facing regulatory probes and lawsuits, like the one thrown out by a complicit London judge, over its actions during a runaway short squeeze in the nickel market in March that pushed several LME dealers to the brink of default and is due to soon publish the results of an independent review into the crisis. I wonder how independent that review actually is. Heading into 2023, a key debate across metals markets is whether a worldwide downturn in industrial activity and rebounding supply will help replenish the industry's threadbare reserves, while China's recent reopening from COVID lockdowns adds further uncertainty. The debate over the outlook for metal supply and demand is particularly contentious in copper, where some analysts are predicting ongoing deficits, while others see the market swinging into a rare and historic period of oversupply. That's feeding into a sharp divergence over the outlook for prices, with analysts at Goldman Sachs Group predicting copper will hit a record high of $11,000 a ton within 12 months, while BNP Paribas says prices will drop to $6,465 a ton by the middle of next year as the market swings into a huge surplus. Prices were little changed at $8,402.50 as of 1:58 p.m. local time on the LME on Friday. As the year draws to a close, only nickel is trading in positive territory. Gold and silver traded in positive territory too. But we're not going to get there. The market remains hamstrung by low liquidity since the crisis, with regular sharp swings. Copper, zinc, and aluminum are all down more than 10% this year. Well, gee, I'm sure a recession has nothing to do with that. While tin, the worst performer, has plunged by more than a third and is set for the biggest annual decline since at least 1990. The historic squeeze in the tin market seen during the early stages of the pandemic has unraveled this year, with cooling demand from the electronics sector coinciding with recovery in supply. Still, worries about low levels of inventory persist, and prices have been staging a comeback over the past 2 months as buyers move to secure stocks in anticipation of a rebound of demand. There may indeed be a rebound of a whole lot of things. Now let's see if anybody else has any interesting news. Well, there's tons and tons of interesting news around, actually. Just saying. As we all know, Congress has gifted taxpayers more debt. While Lord Malarkey was on vacation in St. Croix, which I think is in the Bahamas or, somewhere down there in the Caribbean, and the nation was under an Arctic cold snap and people were dying of the temperatures, etc. They signed the $1.7 trillion bill. Yeah. There's all kinds of horrific things hidden in that 4,000 plus pages that the goddess still has to wade through. Luckily, I speak Congressese. Unfortunately, that means I actually have to read the shit. Okay? Just saying, there was a lot of things in there. And in case anyone ever wondered what a part-time job looked like, perhaps you should look no further than Lord Malarkey, since he spent 40% of last year on vacation. Quite frankly, I think he's probably marginally less of a problem when he's on vacation, but, it would be nice if maybe people could actually, work for their money. Just saying. But that's okay. I mean, it's just one of those things that happen. Meanwhile, over on Kitco, apparently global lithium production is expected to double by 2025. Gold hit solid gains above 1,800, ended the year down a whole measly $5. Wow. That is not much. And silver did really well. For silver. I mean, let's face it. I love silver. Okay? You all know how I feel about silver as opposed to that weird yellow stuff that all the guys like. But, yeah, it has been in the doldrums for a while. Part of the reason for that is probably our dear friends over at COMEX, which, as we all know, COMEX is like COMEXing things. But there have been several interesting developments this week in this regard. So, at the very end of the year, COMEX had a whole bunch of contracts that needed to be settled. And it was really coming down to the wire because normally these yo-yos, when they have the physical metal to deliver, will kind of kick the contracts out in a real hurry. And then they'll start buying metal from other first-tier banks and delaying until they can kick out another bunch of contracts. Then they'll start buying more silver from second-tier banks and delay a little longer so they can kick out a few more contracts. Well, the end of December, they were all the way down to buying silver from third-tier banks because they had a real problem. It came down to the last several days of the month, and there were still contracts outstanding. So we go to our dear friend Ditch the Deep State over on Reddit, Wall Street Silver. By the way, he's also on Twitter. This dude is a genius who does nothing but watch the yo-yos at COMEX. Now, the bullion banks sell 83% of COMEX silver on the December contract, the most in 12 and a half years. Are the banks desperate to defend fiat or making a good trade? Hint, they're out about $40 million so far, and that's just the fiat portion. So, charts aside, most of the December contracts are created between first notice day and 2 months or so beforehand. How are the bankers doing? Silver bounced around between $18 and $22 during that window, maybe averaging $3.50 below current quote. So you could guesstimate their silver sales set them back by about 40 million deep state paper notes, but more importantly, set them back by 11.5 million troy ounces of money. What price would silver be if banks weren't willing to hold 83% of the shorts going into the first notice day? That means they outnumbered non-bank shorts by almost 5-1. Almost nobody else shorted silver. Silver, like nearly everything else, is priced at the margin, the marginal buyer and marginal seller. Nearly all the sellers are banks. That was really, really interesting. The other thing that was interesting was that this happened the last 5 days of the contract period. The Bank of Montreal finds or bought 5 million ounces over the last 5 days to cover their shorts. The bankers were out a net 11.5 million ounces on December contracts. The December contract is nearly settled. This was the last couple of days of the month, with undelivered contracts now down to about 15. They finally filled them all on the 11th hour, okay? The BMO was deeply short and not issuing delivery notices until the home stretch. They ended up buying a lot of silver from somewhere. When you look at the number behind the scenes and you look at who transferred things, you'll see 1 million ounces being sold by somebody, and 15 seconds later, that 1 million ounces shows up in somebody else's vault, kind of, sort of, maybe. That is what has been going on with these guys. And at the moment, our dear friends at COMEX are in a really bad position. They're getting to some of the lowest levels of supposed physical metals that they have had in a long time. But they are not the only people in a really bad position. A new and interesting thing happened this past week. You might want to go out on the internet and look around for a video of the FDIC meeting. This video is deeply disturbing. Okay. Very deeply disturbing. Now, every once in a while, people remember the FDIC exists. Okay. And every once in a great while, the FDIC will actually hold a meeting. Just, one of those things that bureaucrats do occasionally. To understand the gravity of the situation, you have to understand a couple of things. First of all, every single American citizen who has money or fiat currency, debt instruments, that is physically deposited in a banking institution sleeps soundly at night, secure in the knowledge that their particular little pile of debt instruments, we'll get to that too, is insured by the FDIC. That pile of money, for anyone who wonders, hovers in the several trillion with a T dollar range. In other words, there's a whole lot of fiat debt instruments that are sitting in banks that everybody is convinced are insured by the FDIC. And the FDIC says, oh, yes, you're insured up to $250,000 on any individual account. This is so reassuring on paper. The FDIC also says on paper, in writing, that the actual slush fund they have sitting around to pay for insurance if a bank suddenly decides to go poof amounts to about 1.3% of the total funds insured. Now, the goddess is already having enough trouble trying to figure out how you can work 40 hours and get paid with a pile of debt instruments. The goddess is also having a little trouble figuring out how paying somebody else for something with debt instruments in any way, shape, or form actually does anything. But, that's a government thing. So I don't expect them to be illogical anyway. But now the goddess has to wonder, if they only have 1.3% of the funds, then what happens to the other 98.7% of the fiat debt instruments that they're supposed to be paying you back? Well, that looks like a little tiny bit of a problem here. Okay? Well, they have a solution. Their solution is they can get more money from Congress. But when you start reading through all the various government websites, it turns out that the definition of getting more money from Congress is, well, Congress can just borrow more money from the Federal Reserve at interest, or raise taxes or do something else. So once again, we're back to this insoluble problem of all these debt instruments apparently floating around all over the place. Which leads us to this FDIC meeting that nobody was talking about. Because in the course of this FDIC meeting, they were discussing their quarterly bank at risk report. This is something most Americans are not familiar with, but every quarter the FDIC does an audit of some particular kind and does some bureaucratic paper shuffling and decides which banks are at risk of a Title II. We'll get back to Title IIs in a minute here. Now, the last time any significant number of banks were at risk of a Title II was during the Great Lehman Meltdown, when the entire financial system was hours away from utter and complete collapse. Back in like 2008, 2010, somewhere around there. After that, that risk chart dropped like a rock. It was down to like this the whole time. Well, now it's kind of ratcheting up again in a rather alarming and disturbing way. So far, the only banks that are at risk appear to be a few T3s, well, a few dozen Tier 3, and, well, actually, closer to a few hundred Tier 3, and some Tier 2s, and, no Tier 1s at the moment, supposedly. However, this is the FDIC, as in the American insurer of American banks, that only does things in America. And yet, during the course of this meeting, there were people from other banking systems, namely in Europe. And things were being discussed about an unnamed European Central Clearinghouse. Now, Central Clearinghouse banks are an entirely different animal. They're the banks that are used to buy, sell, and lend other banks' debts to each other. And apparently one of them is in really, really, really serious trouble. And a couple more are in serious enough trouble that these European yo-yos were asking if the FDIC could do anything or had any brilliant ideas. I wouldn't expect brilliant ideas out of anybody that can't even cover their own obligations or come close to it, okay? But apparently the situation's getting serious enough, probably, at least in some part, to the ongoing train wreck that is Credit Suisse, that the Europeans were nosing around seeing if they could maybe get a little help from a few American clearinghouse banks and a few American financial situations. And people were discussing whether some Title II things might start happening. Now, Title II goes back to, I believe it was the Frank Dodd Act, but Title II has provisions in it for a lovely little thing called a bank bail-in. Not a bailout, a bail-in. Some of you may remember that a few years ago, before I got memory hold, the banking system in Cyprus decided to do a bail-in. A couple of other banking systems have done bail-ins. Now, the way this wonderful idea works is, if you read the fine print on your banking contract, which most people have never bothered to read, once you put your fiat debt instrument in the bank, it is no longer your money. The bank is allowed to invest it to make a profit on it, which they do not have to give you. The bank is allowed to tell you you can't take it out above certain amounts without doing lots of paperwork and having an appointment and making appointments to get actual fiat cash. Otherwise, you'll be given a piece of paper, a check that purports to be your fiat debt instruments that you can then take and deposit in another bank. Bank bail-ins are where the depositors at a bank absolutely voluntarily, because they opened an account, are donating their fiat debt instruments to bail out the bank. This concept is now being quietly discussed by our dear friends at the FDIC. And it should also be noted that it began to be quietly discussed a couple of years ago, in 2020 or so, when the Treasury Department and the Department of Commerce made a new decision that banks no longer had to have cash reserves on hand at all. So your local bank doesn't have to have any fiat debt instruments handy to give you. And of late, there are more and more accounts coming out from friends and neighbors and fellow silverbacks on Wall Street Silver and other people that I hear from here, there, and everywhere, that when they actually went to the bank and they actually decided that they wanted a pile of fiat, not a check, not to use a debit card, they wanted actual, physical, in-hand fiat, the bank said they didn't have enough. And they had to make appointments. Now, you would expect this maybe if you were looking for a brick of Benjamins, which, by the way, is bound in a light brown wrapper and consists of $10,000 worth of $100 bills. You might expect that, because that requires a very large pile of paperwork to prove that you're not a drug lord so that you can get your own money out of the bank. You don't expect that on a $3,000 request. You don't expect that on a $2,500 request. You don't expect to be told that if you want to close the business accounts that you have had for a couple of decades that now currently have less than $20,000 in them, that it will take you 3 weeks and 2 separate piles of paperwork, and then you still cannot get physical cash. They're going to get a cashier's check. This is a problematic trend that is developing, along with another interesting problematic trend. Bank branches are disappearing. ATM locations are disappearing. It is the goddess's considered opinion that this is part of the slow march toward the central bank digital currency. Because if they make it harder for you to spend your cash, as in there are now businesses like Starbucks that won't take paper, if they make it harder for you to deposit your cash, because a lot of ATMs will no longer accept cash deposits, and they charge you a fee if you go to the window in a lot of banks, if they make it harder for you to withdraw your cash because bank branches are disappearing, bank hours are getting shorter, and they don't keep any cash in the bank, well then, you just got to rely more on the trusty piece of plastic, the debit card. Just saying, this is a wonderfully coincidental event. But that video was quite startling and quite troubling, because the body language of these yo-yos indicated that their highly diplomatic language and their dancing around the issues was masking a far greater problem than they were even beginning to hint at. And naturally, the fact that they had a meeting at all escaped everybody's attention because, as is usually the case with these things, they kind of sort of made sure nobody found out about it. It's like one of those Douglas Adams things, like the notice on the meeting was probably down in the basement behind the filing cabinet and past the leopard. That's how far they went to make sure that the average person was not aware that these meetings are being held at all. It is a theory, and there is good reason to believe this theory has some basis in fact, that one of the reasons the central bank clearinghouses in Europe were reaching out to the central bank clearinghouses here in the United States and the FDIC is because the ever-growing problem with Credit Suisse, and now Deutsche Bank is looking a little unhealthy as well, probably also involves a couple of our favorite players here in the US, like JP Morgan and Bank of America. JP Morgan more so than B of A, because JP Morgan is like the American HBSC. I mean, JP Morgan is the go-to bank for your drug cartels, your money laundering, your various criminals, and all kinds of other financial shenanigans. So it would not surprise me in the least if somehow they have managed to get themselves neck deep in this Credit Suisse situation. And we're not going to find out about it until way, way after the fact, and it will be highly unpleasant. But the fact that they are now beginning to discuss Title II and the fact that the number of banks at risk, even based on their admittedly strange auditing systems, is showing a very troubling trend line here. The goddess is once again going to say the absolute obvious. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. But the good news here is that silver and gold are still on sale. Absolutely. And the good news is that more and more ordinary people are realizing that no matter how many times you change the definition of recession, we done been in one for almost a year now, and it ain't gonna go away. And the inflation is not gonna go away. And the Fed is full of crap, as usual. So this is a good time to try to align your financial strategies such that you have some liquid debt instruments around, because the stock market is also showing some troubling signs of a rather drastic correction on the horizon. And it should be noted that after the drastic correction of 1929, a whole hell of a lot of millionaires were made when the debt instruments started flowing back into the stock market, and people were actually able to pick up stocks for a good price that had sound fundamentals. So this is a good time to have some liquid things around. And at the moment, there is good reason to believe that the price of gold is going to hold strong at this 1800 as a new floor. There's good reason to believe that the price of gold may break into and hold a 2,000 an ounce floor as the recession and the inflation and the deflation and the stagflation and the meltdown of the financial system in Europe starts to impinge upon the consciousness elsewhere. Because everything that happens over there is definitely going to hit our banks. Our banks have been buying a lot of European debt. with our debt. And that makes no sense to anyone that understands actual money as opposed to this fiat bullshit. But that's the way these guys operate. Okay. Anything that happens over there is going to be causing serious ripples through our financial system. And you can bet that our dearly beloved and felonious banks are neck deep in that mess over there. So this is probably a good time to be considering motivating some of those debt instruments out of your local financial institution and putting them into silver and gold. Silver itself is looking like it's going to go some good places this year because we're seeing a tightening in the mining system when it comes to silver. There's a tightening in the price range for the all-in sustaining cost to mine silver, which is going to directly impact the finances involved. But there is also on the horizon a fantastic project in Australia. It's going to be one of the largest silver projects in the world. And they just moved through a critical permitting step down there in the Bowden district. It is a sweet looking little proposition, both strip, open pit on the surface and underground. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on that because I like looking at actual silver as opposed to weird yellow stuff. In the meantime, buy more food. Definitely buy more food. And if you need used motor oil, it's a good idea to start trying to line up supplies for that now because it's getting harder to find in the wild too, as is used cooking oil for those who like biodiesel systems. And again, if you don't hold it, you don't own it. So put at least some of that fiat into gold and silver. Bye.
Well,
Oh my goodness.
all right.
By the way, here's something kind of cool. A 1 ounce Pac-Man silver coin.
Kind of different.
99.9.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It looks like a lot of people stayed with us here, so
You will own nothing and be happy.
yeah.
Actually, I don't own much, and we're pretty happy, but we're kind of special. If we had like 3 kids and a mortgage, we would not be happy.
Hey, Ed.
Yeah, I agree, Tom. Shaggy says hi, little one.
Hi.
Yeah, Ed, you may be right. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen, but I believe it's a real big
Change.
wild card
There's
out there.
Yeah, there's a change coming. It's going to be interesting.
It's going to be interesting in a Chinese sort of way. Yeah. So anyhow, we are in interesting times.
Definitely
Unfortunately.
interesting times.
So, for people who are here new, there's Argonaut and a few others.
Well, we got pretty much guys that have been here.
Yeah, I don't know how many new ones are here. It's weird because at the end of the thing, I'll log on and everything. It's like 141 views, and I'm like, we only have like 26 people here at the max,
I know from myself being at home, I've went out and come back in a couple times during the show. Being it's 4 hours long, I went out and come in a few times, or you lose it for a moment or whatever, and right away it counts. So if 10 people do that, that's basically there's 40 right there or something.
You mean like if Rock Butcher
Yeah,
is like
gets off and
watching
then comes
the
back on.
game
Yeah,
instead
yeah.
of something important? Huh?
Yeah, right. Come back on. It does.
Dan, I feel that that's part of what's going to be coming down the pike.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening, but I mean, This is pretty
Yeah.
screwy, you know. Actually, that might be better than as people going on and off and on
Well,
and off.
that's what
You know,
David said he's doing it. Dirty Goat says he's doing it, and I do it. I've done it from home too. And
well, since I lost that thing, I
yeah,
don't
so
do
by
it
the
near as
time,
often.
by the time we shut down at night, suddenly it's got 144 views or something. It's
Yeah.
like, huh.
Wait a minute, where did all those come from? I get so confused. Electrons are not my friend. Yeah, I like them too, Ed. I especially liked something they did about 2 days ago that was pretty interesting about a medical study that seemed to have some counterintuitive results if you believe what you're told. If you don't believe what you're told, then it's not necessarily that counterintuitive. Anyhow, that's, in my opinion, the other big giant wild card in all this, because that could cause a lot of unpredictable stresses and emotions. So
Well,
that's it's a very unstable and unpredictable time, in my opinion, which is why I'm so glad that we finally got gold
coming out of rock.
Oh man,
Finally got there.
We're basically just down to finding a
Dialing
good
it
ore
in.
body.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah, this stuff here, it's routine optimization at this point, familiarization, optimization. But
getting every detail down so that you have a nice one series, just boom, done.
this is how you do it. Here's the recipe.
Here's how to do it.
Yep. You want a chocolate cake?
Just
do this.
Yeah.
Put it in the oven this long, this temperature. It's done.
You'll have that recipe.
Yep. Exactly. So
that was your intent from the get-go. Can you do it?
Yeah.
And you know what? You're proving you can do it. And you've proven you can do it on a small scale.
And a tight budget.
Oh, and a tight budget. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it is doable, guys.
Yeah. So let's say we just we need to get a higher grade at Montana B in order to make this thing profitable. We won't sell it to Eco Goldex. What we'll do is we will set up our own consulting firm. And
proprietary information won't go anywhere.
Actually, that's not necessarily so much BS.
No. Well, you do what you do.
I mean, because the idea is to make some money, and
that's
my principal was saying, okay, so you've discovered this. Now, how can we make money off of that besides just mining?
Right.
And I think that's a very legitimate business outlook.
Well, especially being consulting where you could help go set a system up or help somebody set up a system, even if it was just online.
I think the system that Eco Goldex sells to do basically what I'm doing, between the pressure cooker and the electrowinning cell, is like $10,000.
Yeah.
Right. On the other hand, I'll sell you mine for $1,000.
Don't say that.
This is actually pretty simple. It's not as bad as the impact mill. That got a little pricier to me, but I mean, $100 power supply, $60 hot plate, $35 flask.
Yeah, you got an oven though, and you got this. It all adds up.
It
still ends up to be a fair amount.
I'm just talking the electric plate, not the furnace bit.
Yeah,
that's additional. Although you weren't here last week, but we were talking about designing a furnace that's big enough so that even could do like 4 smelts at once, like a 220 volt furnace. And make it a little bit bigger. It wouldn't have to be a whole lot physically bigger.
Not a lot, just like wider,
but designed a little better so that
you're not
the elements are a lot
dropping out every week.
Yeah, I mean, carve shelves in the walls, go horizontal there. And I was saying across the top, if you were to take, you got this spiral element, and take a ceramic rod and stick it through the middle and hang it in notches on the top of the walls. See what I mean?
I don't know because if they're touching anything at all, they still get hotter, don't they?
Yeah, but it's laying in
Yeah.
grooves. It's touching something there too. You know?
I don't know.
So
It might work.
I don't know, but
Actually help, that's for sure. Keep them from dropping.
yeah, they're not going
No,
to slump
like
if they got a
that, yeah.
rod through them. So I say that was one of the ideas was,
Insulated
Lars
rod.
was saying, but something about like a cubic foot inside. And so I said that would allow, well, it was the
Yeah, do 4 assays
crucibles
at a time or something.
Eva's doing. You get like 9 in there, run at 220 volts because we know what a 110 volt circuit does. Well,
Right.
220 is just 2 of those in parallel,
Right.
and then we'd have a furnace that hopefully wouldn't be terribly costly. That would do basically what this one does, but is designed for much more rugged use and ease of replacing elements and things like this. I mean, a new element from those guys is almost $100,
Right. Yeah.
and it costs like $5 in wire.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, there's a markup there.
Well, somebody's got to make it.
Yeah, well, Lauren,
Labor costs money.
Lauren and I were also talking about making wear plates for RC46s and stuff like that. I've had numerous people ask me about recovering the rollers on the RC46. So if we have shells, basically, when your
Getting to that
roller
point,
gets to this size,
change it out.
then you can press this shell on it, weld it in place, and run it. And then when you wear through the shell,
Yeah.
grind off the welds,
Yeah.
and do it again.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah.
Push it.
Yeah, I say the question in terms of processing twice as much in the furnace, it depends on what you're talking about. In terms of the gold that I'm recovering, that wouldn't be, I mean, Eva could easily do 10 times as much without a problem because I'm turning it into gold instead of
Right,
loaded
right,
beads that
right.
take a lot of digestion and stuff. But if we're talking like assaying rock and stuff, well, that's a different story.
Right. You need some room to run some
Yep.
tests.
But yeah, I say it wouldn't take much increased overall size to do that. And then again, if you had like a 220, 30 amp circuit, you could really do some ungawa there. As a matter of fact, even if you just had a 110 volt 30 amp circuit, let's see, if you had 12 gauge wire, which is pretty common, you had 20 amps. Right now we're running 1300 watts divided by, okay, so it's running about 10.8 amps. So we could put in 2 elements that were running
20
slightly less amperage and pull it off a dedicated 20 amp circuit. Although it'd be better with 30, but I say finding 20 amp breakers is not that hard in terms of a house and
No.
everything.
No.
It's just you couldn't have other stuff plugged into that circuit.
Right.
That would be interesting if we had something, let's see, pulling about 18 amps at 110 volts. That would be pretty versatile, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because even a big generator can run out at 30.
Sure. So
Some of the new ones that if you get to a big generator, 10,000 watt generator, you can get to 40.
that might be the target we should go for, the
Because
Mark One.
Well, that would be usable about anywhere then.
Yeah, exactly. The
Out
Mark
on a
One would be
remote site or
110 volts, 18 amps.
yeah.
That would work in a lot of places. Then the Mark II would be a 220 volt system and, significantly bigger.
More industrial.
Yeah. Lauren's looking up. He bought some stuff before that was a vacuum processed ceramic foam board or something like that. These ceramic fiber boards aren't very good because they tend to fall apart. They delaminate.
Right, they start peeling apart.
And they tend to be fairly thin. You can get the thicker ones, but then if you start cutting notches in them like you would for shelves,
And
it's just going to
right.
get really,
like
really
playing,
ugly.
Playing with a graham cracker.
On the other hand, if you had something more on the consistency of styrofoam,
Right.
then you could cut notches and this and
Got
that.
a little bit of structural strength to it.
And then you could put stuff to where you can lay those in and they're going to stay there. Have some staples just to keep the things from rolling out, and it would work pretty good. But then Eva would have a furnace because she could do a lot more if she just had a bigger furnace. Absolutely. So that would probably be a good target to shoot for. You still here, Lars? I don't think so. I don't think I've seen him in a while. But yeah, that's my thought. Don't know what size element. Is Chris still here? Probably. I would think
Somewhere in the background, probably.
that what you would need to do is have a longer wire for a single element so you have more resistance. More wire should equal more resistance.
Well, couldn't you just make your coil bigger?
You could go larger diameter, or you could
So
put them tighter
So you
together.
could get more coils.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, what do you think of a 110 volt, 18 amp furnace? You'd have to be, the only one on that 20 amp breaker, but that would be pretty versatile. You have that 20 amp plug, and I think that might be enough to really give Eva a furnace where she could easily do four crucibles at once without a problem, and still, heat up at a reasonable amount of time. And the other thing is too, by putting more insulation in the walls, talk slow, Keith. Well, here's what we need to do. But you see, that's what I'm thinking. It would be something that a lot of houses you could even plug it in. There's a lot of circuits where you can go 20 amp as long as you're not plugging in other stuff to it.
A 30 amp circuit that you're pulling 20 or pulling 18.
Yeah, so
you're not overload. You don't want to have it tripping out on you either.
No, but it doesn't have a start load. I mean, it's steady.
Right.
You turn it on,
and there it is.
And there it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chris. So basically, if we had 10 amp elements, and we could theoretically, if we went to a larger diameter wire, that would actually cut the resistance, wouldn't it? And a smaller diameter wire would tend to burn up. Yeah. But my thought is, if you had two elements in parallel, basically the same diameter wire we've got. Let's see, ours is running 13 amps. And we want to go to 8 amps each for that. What do you think? You think we could, lengthen the wire a little bit and therefore increase the ohms and use two parallel circuits? That's kind of what I'm thinking of. It would also have a little bit less direct heating of the wire, a little less strain there, I would think, and you're getting a lot of reheat from the coils being closer together. Yeah. And that's it. Well, what do you think, Chris? Should we go with a single element running 17, 18 amps? Define a solid element, Chris. Is that like the ones on a stove?
Yeah, like in your oven.
The ones that are
Yeah.
contained?
Right, solid element.
I don't know. Solid element has,
If you're gonna go 220, that's the way I think I would go, is solid elements, because you're gonna get more longevity out of them.
well, also with those, you have the ability to, kind of a rheostat control.
Right, you can.
I'm not
dial 'em
sure
up
how
or
that
down a little
works.
bit.
But that way, like you say, if you're only using like 1600 degrees, you don't have them at their max setting. I know my mom taught me, half a century ago, don't use the high on the electric stove. Use medium high.
Yeah.
It's plenty hot enough, and the elements
Stays-
will last a lot
they'll
longer.
last forever, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of this newer Chinese stuff, maybe not.
But yeah, that's an interesting thought. Of course, they're going to get hotter than they would normally because they're not dissipating heat. They're in a box, and it's going to get them hotter. No, you can't. you can't use a stainless rod because it's going to conduct electricity.
Right.
You need something that's non-conductive, and that basically very simple, some kind of ceramic, for the temperatures we're doing. If you're just heating to 800 degrees, you could use a glass rod, but that's going to start melting
at a certain
about
point,
1,000 or something. Yeah.
Glass wouldn't work.
And you don't want it to even slump. You need something that's going to be just straight. So
Have to be ceramic.
yeah, but that was kind of my thought because it's nice to have upper elements because the radiant heat heats the top of the charge in the crucible and doesn't have to go all the way through the wall. So you could have like one element that goes around, up, and back around the wall, and then another element that goes across the roof several times on rods.
You'll have to think on that one and
Yeah, we got a lot of
design it.
but that's the sort of thing that we may do this winter also. I think the graphite is going to lose strength over time as it oxidizes. I think it would hold up initially, but graphite does burn slowly, but at those temperatures, it's going to oxidize. If you had a neutral or reducing atmosphere, you might be able to get away with it. But when you're cupelling, you have to have an oxidizing atmosphere. So I think you'd be out of luck.
Yeah, it's going to break down.
I say ceramics are probably in general tougher than a graphite rod anyway. But that was kind of my thought, because it would be nice. How conductive are those, Chris? Electrically conductive or not?
Carbide shouldn't be.
I don't know.
I don't know about the moly though.
Yeah, molybdenum disulfide, that's a good lubricant.
Yeah, but compressed, it's like graphite.
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's another thing. A graphite rod would conduct too.
yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
wouldn't work
you
either.
couldn't use it for that because it would.
No, yeah, I think your
it would
ceramic
conduct.
is probably the only way you're going to get.
Due to
Most building new power plants. The miners. Well, I wouldn't doubt that, Shaggy. Takes infrastructure to have mining, so.
Putin gave a speech yesterday where he basically said he wants Russia to be completely self-sufficient in every way possible, including things like.
I wish we had a leader like that.
Yeah, be kind of. Seems that not too long ago I heard somebody say something like that. I'm not sure who it was.
Yeah. Gee.
But,
I think it was Cheeto Hitler.
Ooh, that's right, the Cheeto Hitler. But
Gee.
I say, so that's something that's on that intermediate. Yeah, it'd be nice to have. And again, there's something we could build and sell. Because
no, there's no end to the project.
I say we could sell something like that for $1,000, $1,500. That was, over double the capacity and durability of the tabletop thing.
Yeah,
it should work fine.
I don't know why you couldn't.
I don't know either.
I mean, the biggest thing is, yeah, trying to keep your cost of production down so you have a little room to make something so you can continue making them.
Yeah. I say the key is to find that, let's say, a ceramic foam. If you needed extra insulation, you could always
Blanket it
Yeah.
outside of that.
between
you
that
could
and the
blank-
wall,
right,
you could
blanket
put some
it.
KO wool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Disulfide. Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
I was wondering, molybdenum disulfide. They say it's a good lubricant. When you get moly grease, that's what's in it.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, that's basically how it's mined. It's just crushed because they made a lot of molybdenum at the Cypress Sierrita mine south of Tucson, and they just had a second flotation circuit where they would separate it out, and then they just stockpile. I mean, for a while there, the price was down, and they had those big, giant forkliftable sack things, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them
Piled it
stacked
up,
out
huh?
there. Yeah. They're just like, the price isn't good.
Yep.
And boy, as soon as the price got good, those
Yeah,
bags disappeared.
well, if you can hedge kind of there, why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, that's what's happening even with the silver mines that are operating right now is they're holding back product, just sitting on it. We'll just wait for it to go up.
Yeah, if you had the
If you don't
ability
need, yeah, if you don't need the money for operational
for
costs,
cash flow,
yeah, you just sit on it and count let it count.
I would think that right now is about as sure thing in the precious metals as I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I think so.
Because the hitting the fan soon is like as certain as you can get.
You'd have to have one, Jeff, that would go up to, that 2100, 2200 degrees. So it would probably be a commercial hard element.
Yeah, you'd have to have something like
which
that.
they do make.
Yeah, I know a company in Tucson that makes. I mean, I had to make me a custom heating element one time.
No, they make electric die cast furnaces and stuff. They make some really crazy, incredibly hot stuff.
Yeah, they make specialty stuff. I say there might be an off-the-shelf component that would be exactly what we
Yeah.
just have like.
Yeah, you just got to figure out what that is.
3 on the walls and 1 on the ceiling.
Maybe.
It would certainly be a lot more resistant to the fumes and
Everything.
spatter and everything else.
Yeah. Get some longevity.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I don't think the ones on a regular stove will work because they're going to operate. They'll handle orange hot, and we're up into yellow.
Well,
hot.
like an oven element, I think will only go up to 800 degrees. Your oven will only actually rheostatically go up to 525. But I think that element's actually designed for like 800 or 850 degrees. So you got to go a stage above that yet.
Yeah, I don't know, but that I said it wouldn't surprise me if somebody doesn't make a high temperature encased heating element that would do what we want. I don't know if it's a reasonable price, but I mean, if they were at let's say $75 each, well, I mean that's $300 for 4 of them. But if they're highly durable,
right?
Yeah, it's worth
longevity. Yeah, a product that holds up.
Yeah. The other thing is definitely want to have a catch pan on the bottom. This whole thing of
should have been designed into it to begin with.
Yeah, I'll say because you're going to have leakage.
Yeah.
When you got
oh yeah,
Eva every once in a while has a cupel that cracks.
Yep. Or yeah.
And
I've had them burn through with using gas. I've had them crack. I've had them foam over.
By the way, here's something new, guys. Wake up. We did something this week for the first time, and it worked quite well. We call it the crucipel. Okay? We took a used crucible, when they're starting to get eroded and stuff, and you don't really trust them.
Yeah.
Filled it with Portland cement and took an old telegraph insulator.
Yeah.
And pushed it in the bottom to get us through. Worked fine. It sucked out the
Moisture out of the concrete.
No. It sucked the lead oxide. We use it instead of a
Okay.
Qpel.
All right.
And how much does a crucible worth of Portland cement cost?
Not much.
Not much. That's right.
Pennies.
So that it worked really well. I should have a video up on that sometime soon, I hope. Let me write it down or I forget. I got so many things going. But it worked really well. And the bead, Eva took it off a little quick. Did you get my Sterilite link? I don't know, Paul. It's not up right now. I don't recall it from previous.
Depends on where he linked it.
Stuff.
He didn't go to email it.
So I don't see it right now. Sterilite. That sounds familiar. Maybe I did. There's some reason. Oh, yeah, the life home later. I forgot why that was
When you're making
probably
the bottom,
not
when you're
suitable.
making
Yeah,
the bottom pan or something.
yeah. You can't send the link here, but you could email it to me, Paul. I'm trying to think. I think it was more like perlite.
Yeah, it was perlite.
Foam. Yeah, there we go. Right there. Yeah, I remember that one. It's not the kind of material. It's an ablative material. And it will fireproof for a short time, not for hour after hour, day after day. And that's why it wasn't suitable. And I say it's basically a fiber reinforced other stuff, but it's an ablative material. In other words, it chars, and as it is destroyed, it keeps the heat from going through, but it is getting destroyed. It's like the heat shield on a space capsule.
Right.
They're not reusable. So yeah, for us, not suitable. For getting short-term fireproofing, like you wanted to fireproof your walls inside your house, so that if a fire happened, it could be extinguished and everything fine. It's not gonna keep burning for hours and hours. It's gonna quickly burn up the oxygen and the fuel. Ours, yeah, it just keeps going and going and going. But thank you very much, Paul. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's why that particular kind of material. Yeah, but heating elements and everything else, trust me, you don't want to replace it every 2 days, even 2 weeks. Every 2 months would be a pain in the butt. Yeah, because you got heating elements, you got all kinds of things. It gets spatter inside, so now all of a sudden things are glued together. Yeah, I hate working inside that furnace. It's such a pain in the ass. And I really hate the fact they don't have ceramic insulators in the through holes where the wires go through. All they did was they punched holes in the bottom plate
And fed the
wires through. So after a couple of times, the holes get so wide that the wires can touch the stainless steel case. It's like, why couldn't you put just a little ceramic insulator in there?
Money. It costs money.
Yeah, exactly. There's another $5. But say these furnaces, they're perfectly acceptable for light duty intermittent use.
Right.
They're not built for heavy duty continuous use, especially with stuff like smelting and assaying and stuff, where you got slag that spatters and leaks and things like that. These are more for jewelry making and things like that, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that, but that's not what we're doing. We'd like something a lot more durable.
Let's see.
Okay, let's see what Chris has come up with again. By the way, Chris is really good with this. Insulating fire brick.
That's the way I would do it.
Let's see. Well, fire brick by itself is pretty heavy. Excellent strength, high compressive strength, lightweight and energy. Okay, it says lightweight.
Ceramic bond.
High temperature insulating. Okay.
2600 degrees, so that works.
Keith also provides. Keith, huh? Nice company. Silicon carbide elements. That's interesting. Metallic heating elements. All kinds of heating elements there.
You have to look through. Keep that one.
Yeah.
Keep that one so you
Heat
can start
treat
looking.
foil. Insulation materials. Insulating fire bricks. Insulation ceramic fiber. Yeah. We got some interesting
keep
stuff.
That tab around.
Yeah. Save it.
That's a good link, guys.
Yeah, I say. So when we find the right material where we can get like 1 inch thick or thicker, I mean, like 2 inch would be great. And then you can just kind of essentially router a groove in it. Matter of fact, you might be able to just literally router a groove in it to get exactly what you want.
Might be.
You know, because I think if you had like a dovetail router bit,
Yep.
and you route that, then the element's just going to sit there and go
Yep.
right to the back.
Yep, sit.
You know, it's going to stay there. So,
More projects.
yeehaw, plenty to do. Not enough time to do it in. But yeah, that would work pretty well. And you could even router, you know, just straight channels to go vertical. You know, it comes around this way and then goes up and then over there, and it's all in a channel. And yeah, that would work pretty good. I'm pretty comfortable now playing around with the elements themselves.
Exactly, Dan.
That's right.
Just never a dull moment, and it never ends.
Well, you know, if you got everything all figured out
Then you
and
need
it
something
stayed
else.
figured out,
And
you'd
that
get
wouldn't-
bored really quick.
Yeah, that wouldn't even be any fun.
You're gonna have to take over for a minute.
No, you have to keep whether you get bigger or just more. Doesn't matter. It is and though. But like most hobbies or anything, that's what happens. It starts out innocent enough. I agree, Chris. That was my thought. You could actually bond it so you end up with whatever thicknesses and areas you want, and then build your outer case from that. Well, you never finish learning in this industry. You learn about the rocks and you learn about the deposition, and it just keeps on going. And the more you learn, the dumber you get in a way, because eventually you find places to use that knowledge in another aspect or another location, but you're always learning and paying attention to details. What did I miss? What am I not looking at? What didn't I test? So it kind of keeps your mind active, that's for sure. Exactly, Chris. I guess that's the best way to word it. The more you know you don't know. Exactly. It's really a good industry for that. I mean, I think that's part of what attracted me to it, and the fun is, you're constantly questioning what you're learning and then looking for another answer. And it creates an adventure. And even whether you're redesigning equipment or designing equipment or whatever, there's no one thing that works perfect for everybody. So it makes for a lot of fun, a lot of frustration at times. You know, like I said a few years back, if I'd had a case of dynamite, I'd have blown all the equipment up and walked down the road on my way out. It can get that frustrating. But what doesn't kill you makes you tougher too. Part of it, Rock, that's the fun of it, is the mystery. All of a sudden when you do finally get to where you understand the ore body or whatever, it's like, wow, isn't that cool? We figured that out, And I think that's what attracted me to it is just the challenge. You're trying to build, 100-piece puzzle with 2 pieces.
I enjoy digging holes, but I like to have something really to show when
it's
I'm
fun,
done.
right? It's fun to see some gold in a pan or in the sluice box or wherever when you're done.
In our case, a stainless bottom plate would likely short out our electrodes.
Right. Plus it would get so incredibly hot.
Yeah,
At least with, a fire brick or something in that range, it's hot, but it also cools down without warping and changing. And
yeah, it will tend to warp. That is for sure. I'm thinking probably more like if we were going to be building something, make a mold and then put in a castable ceramic, lay in a mesh, and then fill it to the rest.
Casting,
and let it harden. Yep.
There you go, Rock. That's exactly right. 1,000-piece puzzle without looking at the box top, so you don't know what the picture really is. that really defines it.
By feel. Yeah.
But every little piece of that puzzle, as you're putting it together, whether it's in the geochemical or the geophysics or the excavating and looking at reading the rock, every little piece gets you that much closer to finding what you're looking for.
Well, it's really quite satisfying when you do.
Get a
piece to
it's
fit.
Completely satisfying when it's that aha moment, or holy crap, look at that sluice box. Yeah. To really see it happen after you've done all that energy and, worked on that is pretty neat.
Tungsten for the heating element. You could maybe use tungsten TIG rods.
I have no idea.
Yeah, because tungsten would handle higher temperatures, but I don't know about that. Okay, according to Chris, the tungsten would erode rapidly due to
oxidation.
Oxidation, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would think fire brick, but
fire brick has certain advantages. I'll have to look at that, but what I was looking at did not look like what I think of as fire brick.
No, that was a layered. That was a material like you're looking
now.
For.
Lars gets back. Hey, Lars, we were thinking of building a kiln with 18 amps of current flow at 110 volts, and with maybe twice the internal volume of what Eva's got right now as an interesting size. Yeah, that's what I was presuming, Chris. That I will have to spend a lot of time looking at that. They also had a number of different kinds of heating elements. They were saying, I'm not sure what they've got or exactly what it is. Now, I know that Eva's found a lot of personal satisfaction in this thing.
Max realistic.
Yeah, and then the question is, I mean, right now we're running
We
like
have to go
1,300 watts, so that's almost twice as much. And, you know, if the kiln itself is well insulated, you should be able, I would think, to heat up something around a cubic foot to the temperatures we need in a reasonable period of time. Would you agree with that, Chris, if it's well insulated? Doesn't have to be super insulated, but I mean, I would think that, you know, if you've got a good solid wall, by putting a secondary, you know, a space in there, by making the outer
Insulation,
casing
yeah.
bigger and putting kaolin wool in there. Yeah, I agree. I said in a reasonable period of time. Yeah, Lars, but it would be, I think we could make it usefully bigger
what
than
we
that
got
tabletop. See, right now the tabletop,
now. Too confined.
when I went and did what I needed to do to make the elements last, it's so small we can only get one crucible in at a time. But if it was 2 inches wider and 2 inches deeper and the same height, then you could get 4 crucibles in there. You know, it's pretty close. You could almost get 4 crucibles in there. That's why I'm saying, you know, is
There you go.
silicon. I think that's silicon carbide. But yeah, so I'm gonna have to take a look and see what they got. But that's what I'm thinking. It doesn't have to be too much bigger. Just have to have enough room to get your tongs in there to grab your crucibles.
Yeah, but having it bigger would sure be sweet.
But having, say, I know you.
Having it bigger would sure be sweet. I agree with it.
Yeah,
You know?
no, it would be. That's too small.
Yeah.
It is.
Say it wasn't too bad when she could get 2 in there diagonally. But when I made those modifications, it shrank it about an inch, and that just
changed
too much. Yep.
Well, if anybody wants to ask my opinion,
Sure, why not?
I'd like it at least 4 inches wider and 2 inches deeper.
Yeah.
I don't see why you can't get there.
Minimum.
I'm thinking we
think
could
you
do
can
that
get
on
there.
110 volts, but it'd have to be a 20 amp circuit. What do you think about having the inside ceramic tough, then layer inside insulation outside that?
Yeah.
Perfectly fine. Kaolin wool is cheap.
Yeah, going
I
outside.
mean, a
it's-
square foot interior would be great. That would
Okay, let's
cover
see what
everything
this
I
one
ever
looks
have to
like.
do there.
Single deck.
Phase 2.2 kilowatt. So they realistically should get to temperature.
No, that's it's 220 volt, 2.2 kilowatt. And was that what you were saying there?
Yep.
2200
Yep.
divided by, yeah, that would be about it, 2200.
Yeah.
So the problem with that one is it's not supposed to operate at those temperatures, I'm sure.
800
Max temperature 842, yeah.
Yeah, but you change out the elements.
Yeah. Well, and it's probably got insulation and a few
Oh,
other
yeah,
little
that's
things that
why
are all
it's-
designed for that. Yeah. But yeah, the other
That's
thing
how they
is,
design it, huh?
anyone know, can you make a window for a kiln that's running 2000 degrees?
Bet you can.
I would think something would. Let's say, what do you think, Chris? Does anyone make a window? Mica?
I don't know if Micah can get that hot.
Don't know. It might.
It might, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
Chris says Mica too.
Huh? All right.
Hey, Gold Pan, you beat Chris. And that would, I mean, if she can just look in there, that would be helpful. It wouldn't have to be a big window. Just, I mean, wouldn't you like to have like about a inch or inch and a half window to look through?
You wouldn't have to open the door that way.
2-inch by 2-inch would be.
Okay, well, I'm saying something like that. I'm pretty sure you can get. I don't know how big you can get them. SR71 windshield.
Yeah.
Man, I agree. 220 volts would be better, Lars. My thought is that 110 volts is a lot more. There's a lot of 110 volt, 20 amp circuits out there. A lot more than, especially when you're just plugging it in.
Well,
220
generators
volt
have
circuits.
220. I don't know what amperage you got though.
Yeah.
30 amp, I guess.
Well, I'm talking to houses and stuff too. I'm not
Well,
intensely wedded to the idea. You could have a peephole with a sliding cover. It's going to tend to get real hot, Paul, but it could certainly work. I think, as say, a mica window would be really nice, where you can just look without losing any heat at all. But as I say, I'm not, wedded to the idea. It has to be 110, but that would make it easier to sell in some applications. On the other hand, the difference, if you had two heating elements, and in the 110 volt system, you ran them in parallel, and in the 220 volt system, you ran them separately, then, except for the control relay, I think they would be essentially the same. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because as long as your elements combined are less than, that 2200 watts or whatever, you could get away with that. If that's not enough watts, then you'd need to go to 220 and, provide two more, more amps in there. But that would be nice, because again, if you had two elements, then you could play that game. And little one, what's a good recipe for a bone ash crucible?
I haven't worked with a bone ash crucible. I've worked with bone ash cupels.
Oh, that's right. Sean, do you mean a
Coupel.
cupel?
Yeah, crucibles are generally porcelain.
She's right. They're usually the crucibles are usually a fire clay. Yeah, they are getting more common now, Jeff, but you're probably going to need an extension cord too. Those get really pricey when you're talking a 220 volt extension cord. Well, not too bad as long as you're only pulling. Well, if it was 30 amps, you go with a 10 gauge.
Yeah, you wouldn't need it. It
wouldn't
wouldn't
be
be real
too bad.
You might want to just go 220 and be done with it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You could probably have a design that could be either one, and for my use, assuming I had access to a 220 volt power source, fine. But if somebody had only the ability for 110, you could sit there and go, okay, here's the 110 volt model. It doesn't have quite the capability. The heating elements have a higher resistance and a little bit lower current flow, but it wouldn't be that difficult. Everything else could be basically the same.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a lot of.
Because if you're making your own heating elements out of Kanthal or whatever, then the 110 volt elements would just be a little longer, so they have a little more resistance, and they just have tighter coil spacing, whereas the 220 volt elements would be a little bit shorter in the wire, and run the amperage up.
True.
And would run hotter. Yep. And Chris says you can get those at a fireplace store.
Mm-hmm.
So again,
you can,
wherever possible, you want standard parts. It's like those ceramic rods. I know they make ceramic rods for sharpening knives that are 12 inches long. And I need, I want like 4 of them. And so by having let's say a single loop of wire for the side element and a single loop of wire for the upper element. And say then you can just, that support structure is the same, whether it's a slightly longer or slightly shorter wire.
Right.
And the difference is this the 110 or the 220 volt unit? And basically the thermostat would be the thermocouple would be the same. The control module would be the same. The only thing really the different would be the length of the heating elements and the relay. Because now you got a relay that's switching to instead, and your on-off switch is gonna, you're gonna have to have a dual circuit on-off switch, because you're switching two legs.
Yeah.
But yeah. I like the idea. Anyone have any idea how big the Mica windows come standard? Just out of curiosity. The shutter would be pretty easy. You could just have a round piece of steel or stainless with a pivot point. You can just, take something, to
swing it
out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of brainstorming ideas on how to make a bigger kiln. Sapphire is good for 2000 C. Well, how much is an artificial sapphire window, Chris? Eva would like 2 inches, but I mean, anywhere from 1 to 2 inches. But how much is the artificial sapphire? On the door. Want a side loading kiln? It's a lot easier when you're dealing with crucibles.
Definitely, yep. Trying to lift stuff in and out, you want it to go
Yeah,
sideways.
it's a real pain. You also lose a lot less heat.
Right.
If you got to open your top and move a couple crucibles, the heat's just pouring out. Yeah. Whereas with the, although I do like, have you seen Lars's melting furnace? He's got the lid. It's a standard, cylindrical furnace and stuff, but the lid's on a cage where when he moves it like this, the lid swings over, sets down on top, and there's a little slack and some chains. When he wants to pick it up, he goes like this, the chains tighten, it picks it up, and it hangs and it's against the stop over here out of the way. Really sweet system. I don't know if he built it, but if he did, he's probably like a rocket scientist or something. Let's see.
It'd be easier to look in from the side though, too.
Let's see, what do we got
It's
here?
a joke, by the way.
What the heck are these? Sapphire, dopant,
Just pieces. Rock chart.
thick micrometers. So 430 micrometers. I don't know why they got to do it that way, but that would be about 0.0165 inches. That's pretty thin.
These are rock cuts.
Yeah.
I think he meant that as a joke.
I don't know. It's a joke, by the way. Anyhow, buy a sapphire watch crystal and be done. Okay. That's really scratch resistant, but are they, they're very heat resistant too, huh?
Evidently.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We might be able to do it, little
I'm
one.
sure if somebody makes a sight glass, that'll take that heat.
Yeah. So anyhow.
Hell, we put a man on the moon, didn't we?
Would you say a 16th inch drill would be good for taking a core sample?
The what?
A 16th inch drill bit for taking a core sample on a bullion bar.
Well, that's not a core sample. That's just a sample.
Just
It's
a
called
chip
chip sample.
Chip sample.
It
Yeah.
should be adequate.
You drill a hole in several different places.
Yeah, it wouldn't
Yeah.
even have to necessarily be that big.
Yeah, it should be adequate.
Gold's soft enough; it's not hard to drill it.
Yeah.
That's what I said, Dan, didn't we?
But the most,
That's exactly what I meant.
you know what the most compelling thing to me is about, that we landed on the moon?
That we never went back.
No. That the dust drops at the same rate as a hammer. We didn't have CGI at the time. Okay. It all had to be done. And I say, when they're kicking around, they're kicking up this dust and it's falling at exactly the same speed as everything else. Now, how the hell do you do that if you're not in a vacuum? Okay.
But yeah, there's questions there as to whether it really happened.
Ignore.
What?
You take care, Shaggy.
What's that one?
Spam, I'm pretty sure. Exactly. I say that to me, that showed me that they were in a vacuum, and short of changing the speed of the filming, which the people moving would have looked pretty weird if they were slowed down to 1/6. The rate at which stuff dropped by gravity could have been changed.
So much fines and sorted out material, but
It's
I can't.
spam.
It's a question.
Yeah.
That's how he's making his money, is
Mm-hmm.
separating out the fines and sorting them.
Yeah.
You can't get separation.
Okay, David. When you're talking about fines, you mean very small pieces of gold? How small are you talking about? Don't know, Artie. I think sapphire, you'd probably be in pretty good shape. Okay, David. So, yeah, assuming it's not spam, cool. Flour gold.
Okay.
Do you have any way of measuring it? Because there's lots of ways of getting flour gold out. Yeah, Artie, but sapphire melts at 2,000 centigrade, which would be over 3,000 Fahrenheit. That's they were talking.
And what are your fines? I mean, a lot of magnetite or hematite, or because I mean that in a way it's an issue that we all have, trying to get that last little bit of gold out of material, but
Specific gravity.
I would think so, Jeff.
Right.
Okay, well that's fine, David. Have you seen my videos on how to hand pan microfine gold? If you haven't, then you probably should look at those as one of the earliest things to do.
you had 2 of them, right?
Oh no, I got more than that. I got about
Well, I know,
7
but
or
you
8.
had 2 really dedicated to.
Yeah. If you just go to a search engine and just type in microfine gold. Let me do it right now. You'll see what I'm talking about. Microfine gold. And then hit videos. And there I am. Lesson 4 is the first one. Hand panning microfine gold.
2, 3.
There's another one. There's another one.
24. That's the
Improved.
one I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah. How fast does microfine gold settle? Quickly cleaning microfine gold concentrates.
Those videos there would definitely be worth your time to go watch.
Yeah. As they cleaning the microfine gold concentrates.
Yep.
Those ones will really, and not only just tell you some stuff, but show you. Microfine gold, the gold I'm talking about is anywhere from smaller than salt down to smaller than powdered sugar. and that's what you deal with hard rock. That's just the routine. The one we're dealing with right now, the project we're dealing with, makes powdered sugar look coarse. You know.
Yeah, those videos right there, Paul, will be worth your time to watch. Keith did a very good job on those videos, and they'll probably cover a lot of the answers to questions you're going to come up with.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to find them, is just do that search. Because otherwise, if you try and go back through, I'm up to 310 mining videos right now. Those are numbered.
Right.
So I'm probably up to 350.
No, looking it up directly, just like you did, gets you right to those 6 or 8 videos that will give you, like I say, it'll probably answer most of your questions. And we're here on Monday nights, bring the questions definitely, but.
Yeah. And.
Yeah, 23, 24. 134. I don't know. There was a bunch of videos that are really good there.
99.
Yeah.
And this is another thing, David. This is a little pen microscope, and that actually has a reticle in it. So I can look at a sample.
Gold.
Like right here, there's a crumb.
Yeah, dust.
Let's see. There's a little crumb right there. Let me turn on.
Got a light?
Yeah, I got a light on this one. There you are. And that crumb is 16 thousandths of an inch across, which, wait, in my handy dandy chart here, let's see, inches, 16. So it's about 325 mesh. I can do it just that easy. I kind of like that the first hand panning microfine gold. I think that's the one, or was that the second one? I think it might have been the second one, where I actually had a mining engineer that had never panned anything in his life, anything. And that was the second pan of anything he'd ever done. And he did a pretty good job, you know? And so that's a very handy thing. It's relatively inexpensive. I think these are like $55. And this light is, like another 30 or something. And I just decided to get one for this one. I've got like 3 of them.
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with really small gold, you need to know how small, because that affects how it behaves.
How you're going to get separation.
Yeah. So by being able to actually measure it directly, you're not guessing, and that really makes a big difference. Okay, what does Chris come up with this time?
I think
round sapphire watch crystal.
Oh,
2 millimeter thick, 2 millimeter. So that's pretty good. Okay, I'm going to save that one. Thank you, Chris. That looks pretty interesting. So anyhow, also, David, we do this live stream every Monday night at 6 o'clock Mountain Time. And I'm up in Montana. So if you ever have any questions or whatever, then go ahead and log on and stuff.
Well, I think we answered his question, and now he can go do that.
Yep.
Because if he is new, especially to the, panning and that stuff, that is going to help immensely.
Oh, and by the way, the pan I recommend is the Stan Sport 10.5 inch black gold pan. And you can get them at Sportsman's Warehouse. There's one right here. This is less than $5, or at least it was last year.
Yeah. I got a whole pile of them.
Yep, exactly. They come in
and
handy.
I've got some of the little blue ones too that I like, because gold against that blue really jumps out.
I don't see it that well against the blue. My eyes like it better against the black.
Yeah. I can see that.
Whatever works best for you. You know?
That's true, Rock, but
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
a smaller pan when you get down to that little bit of concentrate makes it a little easier. I don't know. But you're right. You can pan with, a pie tin.
But here's a question,
Once
Rock.
you learn how to pan.
Have you ever screened with a shovel? Because that's a pretty easy trick too once you've seen it. And
and smaller samples at a little bit at a time.
Yeah, I have wound up in the field without a screen and gone crap.
Yeah.
And then use that
Sit
trick.
and tap.
Yep. That works pretty well. So anyhow, yeah, that's what we do here, David. We like to help people out. Yeah, I think I like that idea of having both the 220 and 110 option. No, not washing the fines. I'm talking about you just take a slope of almost anything that has a little texture, get it up, start tapping it. The larger ones fall down and the finer ones stay up there. And you can sieve down to, I don't know, probably 70, 100 mesh.
Yeah. It'll get pretty fine.
Yep, it gets pretty fine.
Especially
pretty
dry material.
Yeah, it has to be pretty dry.
Yep.
Absolutely. Where's my water glass? My
don't
golly, I'm dying of dehydration here.
Oh, definitely, Artie. The sooner you can get rid of some of the magnetics, the easier your problem becomes.
Yeah, I know, Rock. I've got screens too, but sometimes I forget them and I wind up going, crap. And it's like, oh, okay, I can do this. You can take a pan and just tip it and use the edge of the pan to do that.
Yep.
Well,
it's a form of dry panning which is worth learning, guys, how to dry pan. Get some material and dry pan it. I had a friend that he walked around and he could dry pan. Boy, he could find gold.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, okay, you're going to teach me some of this because
I never had much success with the gold claw.
I've never used
on it
one,
either.
So
I've got one, but I don't use it. Maybe I just need a little more training and stuff, but it doesn't do what I need to go. There you go, Rock. I wouldn't be surprised, Chris. It is quick.
Well, it's kind of amazing because even some of the old hard rock guys used to separate their ore right at the mine with a bump table. So basically it was just a big piece, basically a flatbed that would bump, and they could separate off the different weight of rock right at the mine. And they're hard to find. I mean, I've only seen a couple of them here that were left in Montana because mining hasn't been a big deal. But it was the damnedest thing to see how that, I had an old miner tell me how it worked, because they would actually screen their ore material before they hauled it down off the mountain by using just a bump table. Just to concentrate the heavier rock from the lighter rock.
Okay. Jeff, in pans, what's your opinion of raised ridges versus cut riffles like on a Garrett Super Sluice? For what I do with the microfine gold, I like little riffles, but I don't want anything right at the bottom corner where the side of the pan slopes up. I want that just a straight corner. Aside from that, I have no opinion. I haven't tried a cut riffle one. You got an opinion on that?
I don't know. I mean, anything, if there is a deficiency in it, you'll usually figure out how to overcome it, because that's what you're using.
Yeah.
It's like two different size shovels or whatever. I mean, you figure out, okay, if I use it like this, but I'm the same way. I want a smooth bottom pan with a clean corner in it.
Clean corner.
Some of those pans that have that cut edge in them,
Yeah.
I don't like them because you have a hard time getting that last little bit out of there. You know, you can always go from that big pan with a cut edge to a smaller pan. But
Well, I found with what I'm doing for the microfine gold that the ones that come over there and then has a
nice,
vertical,
right,
a little vertical, and then it slopes.
No good.
It just totally messes up the hydrodynamics.
Yep, it doesn't work.
You know, so that's. I'm not much of a placer miner. I don't deal too much with it.
But there's a lot of similarities. That's
yeah.
what makes, this fit, I guess, for you and I too. But because there's a lot of things that cross over from one side to the other.
Well, yeah.
And one begets the other. You can find a hard rock.
Well, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, you can find a hard rock by following the placer or vice versa. If the hard rock has the right characteristics, there might be placer below it.
Yeah, there usually will be.
They go hand in hand.
Oh yeah, they're usually associated. But
or like I was doing is using the placer to try to figure out where it was coming from for the other ore concentrations, be it copper, silver, whatever.
Yeah, I hate that rock. I have never used a steel pan really.
I like steel. I like steel pans,
and I
don't know why, but it seems like the material will stick on a steel pan a little better.
Chris seems to like steel also. I have never used a Batea really.
Me either.
I'd like to try.
Yeah, I would like to get one just for playing with, but.
What, in your opinion, Rock? You said wooden Bateas as opposed to steel Bateas, I presume.
Plastic. They even have plastic ones now.
Have you tried them, and what's the difference? Riffles are for sissies. Actually, I did. Oh, wood floats. Huh? I actually did a comparison test where I used the riffles on the one side of the pan and flipped around and did it without riffles on the other. For what I do, the riffles do make a significant improvement in recovery.
Huh. Interesting.
What else floats in water? Not usually me. This is what cracks me. Women in general float better than guys. And so I was like, well, why don't you just float? Because I sink. I didn't know what to call the inset riffles to differentiate from raised riffles on the back pan you showed. I think it was pretty clear.
Yeah, they're a cut or a formed riffle, Jeff. We understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. Lars might float. Who knows?
Oh, no.
He's a male. I thought you said males don't float.
He drinks beer. He might. When I wear a wetsuit, I float pretty good.
Well, it's.
Oh. Yeah, I'd really like to try a Batea pan. That would be cool.
I almost bought one on one day, and I didn't. I wish I did, but
yeah,
I'm going to have to do that because I really do want to play with one.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a huge Monty Python fan.
But I love I love some of the references that after all these years still show up. Yeah, some of it was a little bit hard to understand at first, but yeah, that's true, Lars. That's how it works.
Oh man, you must set it upwind. Okay. Oh man,
Those references come back again.
we need the goddess over here if we're going to be doing this. Sheesh. Some people. Oh, wow, we're almost up to 4 hours again. Wow.
Yeah, we've had a pretty good night of it again.
Yeah, it gives a simple matter of weight ratios. 5 ounce bird cannot carry a 1 pound coconut.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Jared.
Speaking of coconuts,
I'm not exactly sure what the content is right now.
speaking of coconuts, has Tricky been around tonight?
Yeah, he was here earlier.
He was?
I think so.
I don't think so. I don't think
No.
I don't think I seen Tricky tonight.
I don't think I've.
He's
You
probably
may be
busy.
right.
It's a new year.
Yeah.
That or he didn't make it out of one of those drives he was playing in.
I still want a clamshell.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm lost.
Evidently, we've got some Monty Python
Evidently,
fans in the
everyone
house.
here watches Monty Python, but I noticed that.
It hasn't been on for. Got to go back and try to even find them anymore.
Yeah, I'd love to try them, Jeff. Oh.
Ouch. Oh.
I'm glad we got plenty of humor on here. That helps make the show go along
Well,
for a while.
if they didn't have a good sense of humor, my face would cause all kinds of problems. Isn't there something you can do? I don't know. Oh my
Are they
god!
getting weird in the comments?
It's
again?
it's all Monty Python references.
Oh, are we talking about the airspeed of a laden
No,
storm?
it's all
Thou
it's
shalt pull the pin and count.
Yes!
for the grenade Antioch.
Oh Lord, bless this thy hand grenade.
You better get over here.
You're the Monty Python person. Jim's gonna
Oh,
the gasket here.
well, it was you had to understand the humor, but it was bad.
Yes. Thy enemy being in the face of the Lord shall snuff it.
Oh
Well,
gosh.
my favorite was always The Life of Brian, though. I'm sorry, but that wonderful scene where he was writing Romans Go Home. And always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the bright side of death.
Well, we're gonna have to get a Batea pan so we can play with it.
Hey, Tricky could probably find a Batea pan.
Probably.
The freight. would
Yeah,
kill
well, that's the
itself.
problem right now. The freight for any coming from a foreign country is insane.
The freight coming from anywhere is getting insane. Oy, oy, oy.
Oh. Oh, dearie.
Well, if you're out prospecting, learning to dry pan is a good idea. because you can take some material and just work through it, take off the lights that way and find out.
Well, most walks have a flat bottom as opposed to that sharp, pointy cone.
Right, tight cone.
Yeah.
I often wondered how easy it would be to pan with the traditional walk that has a rounded bottom.
How to prospect golden californium? I presume you mean California. Are you talking the state of California? Either that or you're talking about something I'm confused about. So I think when it comes to California, really, Brock? Okay. I've been told the Chinese hat pans are a batea. So I have potentially been misinformed here.
I'm gonna have to look that one up.
If you want to prospect California, there's a lot of stuff out there, but most of it's private property and/or
Claimed minerals.
claimed and stuff like that. So you have to be careful about that.
Best thing would be to join one of the clubs.
Yeah,
So you're on some club property. You can be around guys who are panning and sluicing and just learn.
yeah, it's very
Ideally.
helpful if you're starting. I don't know. Muhammad may be very experienced. I'm not familiar. That sounds more like what's that one where it's actually a screen? That's where you do that.
For gems, for sapphires and
Yeah.
and diamonds.
Yeah, I forget what they
They
call those
flip
The
things.
Saruka.
Saruka, that's right.
I want one of those too.
No, I mean, what's that guy? Vogus Prospecting. Chris down there, he uses a batea a lot, and
No,
he never does it that way. He just keeps
well, he's
circular.
not looking for diamonds either. Flipping it like sapphires and that, when you flip the pan, they'll be on the bottom, of course.
Yeah.
And end up on top of the pile.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. When I say I've never seen anyone use a batea where they flip it to get the heavies. They just
you flip it to climb the lights.
no.
You
Just-
just
go like this.
Yeah, he'll stir it down to nothing.
And then when it gets done, then you just kind of shake it back and forth a little bit to just tail it out. And that's all I've ever seen. I'm not sure. It'd be fun to bring some with you, Rock.
Yep, bring it all.
When
Lord.
when you come by, we'll have us some fun. What I really like doing is fun competition, and where
Different ways of doing
yeah,
it.
it's okay. You got that pan, I got this pan. Okay, let's rock and let's see what goes on here and
Oh yeah.
like that. It's like that when
The test you did when Coulter was here,
yeah.
that nasty black sand.
Oh yeah, that black poison was
Yeah.
nasty. But also remember that time they had the blind panning challenge,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
and I thought it was pretty cool when Jeff Williams put on, tied one hand behind his back too, and I thought, okay, that's pretty cool. But and then I did it with microfine gold. I'm like, anyone wants to try it, I'll send you some.
You have also used bacon grease to get gold.
Yeah. Yeah. Get it to stick.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. We like to have some fun. I don't know, Jeff.
Be worth trying, Jeff.
Yeah.
Not only that, actually, if you did it right, you could probably get that seam down pretty smooth.
Well, the other thing too is if you hand shaped it with a hammer, you're going to get the same kind of little multiple divot situations like you would with the carving
Carved
thing.
wood, yeah. Yeah, it's went on some interesting little different directions sometimes, isn't it, for figuring things out.
Well, I tell you what, one time that was exciting there was when Jason from Phoenix brought that stuff and we were panning it, and that's like, holy crap, look at all that gold stuff in there. I mean, my mind is saying, yeah, this can't be gold, you know. And what had happened was, people were doing shooting around that area, and a cartridge case got in the stuff. And it wasn't fine screen. We threw it all in the impact
Oh
mill,
yeah.
and it just shredded it.
Chunks of brass.
Oh yeah.
That kind of screw you up.
It looked like little sharp nuggets. It was hilarious. I'm going, no, I don't think this is right. Put a little nitric acid on it. Yep, that ain't gold. Yeah, that was hilarious. Yep, that's exactly what happened. So that was, but it was kind of exciting for a minute. Let's say,
Yeah.
you start panning, it's like, wow, that's a heck of a. Nah, that's too much. Something's wrong here.
Yeah. What is that?
Yeah. Yeah, Jeff. It may be that there's just a difference in technique you have to do. One thing that gets me is when you have people panning, and they pan and wash, and then keep the pan at the same angle, pan and wash, pan, without bringing it back
and
cleaning
it,
restarting it.
California.
If you're talking Californium 252, I don't think the half-life on that really makes it suitable for exploration. Let me double check here a second. I think that's Californium 252.
Yeah, I do believe you are correct, but I don't know nothing about it.
Californium. What's the mass number? 251. Yeah, you make it in a nuclear particle accelerator. And what's the half-life? Estimated boiling point of 1745. Yeah, let's see. Come on, what's the half-life, for goodness sakes? Silvery oxidation states. Oh my goodness. Decay mode, half-life. Californium 252, half-life of 2.5 years. Yeah, that's not going to tend to build up too much in anything. Yep, you beat me, Gold Pan. I would not know anywhere to recommend for searching for Californium. As far as I know, it's completely synthetic. It has no natural sources and decays rapidly. Well, if you're going to do that, Chris, and you spin it on a lathe, I would suggest putting kind of micro ridges in it.
Which would be easy if you're lathing it
If
out
you're
of a
lathing,
piece
it
of
would be
wood.
pretty
I
easy.
would think so.
Yeah, I think that would be an interesting thing to do, Chris. But you should be able to do a pretty micro textured surface there, or as rough as you want it, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
You
might be
could-
kind of interesting.
You could groove it easy enough. with
Sure.
Just real fine groove.
Yeah.
That would just be in your finished cuts.
Yeah. Or if you just hog it out and leave it like that.
Yeah. Just,
Yeah.
yeah. Just let it work itself down.
Oh my goodness. I'm starting to fade out.
Huh.
Yeah, I say it just kind of drives me crazy when I see people panning, wash, and then leave the pan at the exact same angle and
Never
shake
pull
it
back.
again. And
Yeah, never pull
it's
back
like-
and remix.
exactly how are you doing? Why don't you just keep panning? Let it go. You need to keep pulling it back. Yeah, Rock, you're a little later than I am. About midnight for you. Sometimes carpet works pretty good in sluices, Jeff. Sometimes it's hard to get the gold out of the carpet, though. Huh?
Yeah, that can be a problem with the weave in the carpet, that you're not getting the fine gold out of it. And the only way to get the fine gold is dry it really good, pound the hell out of it, and then possibly just burn it all. Because that real fine gold, even in indoor outdoor carpeting, just a fine mat indoor outdoor carpeting will hold a lot of fine gold that when it's wet, it will not come out of there.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how much sand and debris is still in that when you dry it and then pound it out again.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so you do have to watch that with the types of carpet you're using in your box.
A Goldstream, I think the Batea is a better production pan for sure than an American style pan, but I would like to see how well it works on the microfine gold I deal with, just to see how it works, whether it works well or not. And I'm just curious. I'd love to see it. I'd love to have one for production placer panning. Yeah. A Batea, say it looks like a good thing to do.
I believe they'd be good. I just never played with one.
Well, and there's a difference between recovering fine gold, where you're putting it into cons and just dumping the cons, or whether you're trying to visualize the fine gold,
Right. See what's there
and see exactly what's there. So that's,
Yep.
so I'd love to try it sometime and see. I've got some crushed rock I could try it on and stuff. I've actually got crushed rock from Arizona still in the trailer there.
I got tons of sample bags at home to do something at some point with. But
Yeah, I think that's another potential negative Goldstream if you're like up here, the standing in the water part. Now, Jason from Flower Gold Wizards, that would not be a problem from him, of course.
just climb right in the water. The ice, break some ice.
Yeah. Yeah. That guy's some tough.
He was pulling the last one I was watching. They were pulling the sleds out across the snow and ice to go panning. It's like, oh,
Well, yeah, and then they're busting up the ice and it's
Yeah.
slabs,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
6 inches
Oh, it's
thick.
northern climate.
It's like, holy crap, man. That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, we got open water here, and you don't see me down there.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Well, Lauren and I can go and we can test the depth of the water. Same place. Keep testing. Eventually, the damn fish get in the way, and we got to
Yeah.
stop our testing for
Yeah.
a little bit.
Well, even here, Goldstream, this water coming out of some of these springs up here in these mountains, man, in the middle of the summer, you can turn blue, you know?
I can only turn half blue now,
Oh, shit.
but no, that
Some of that is so cold, even in July and August, you can't hardly keep your hands in it.
oh yeah, that was so cool the other day with that pike that
Oh, yeah. Oh, catching ice
he's
fish. I
snagging.
grew up ice fishing. Sometimes we didn't even use houses. We just jumped around on the lake and froze our ass off.
Yeah, Goldstream, you guys got hard water up there, huh? But it's kind of seasonal. Yeah. Yep.
Well, thanks
Okay.
everyone for another good night, and
Yep.
Happy New Year to everybody, and hope you have big plans for the coming season. And
Yep. And
we'll come up with some more fun next Monday. And
what we're doing too is some of the stuff that Eva's assaying, she's importing silver, and some of the stuff I'm producing we're not because there's so much
silver in it.
So we're just going to make basically refined beads, non-refined beads, and form them into bigger beads separately so that you can say, okay, we want to refine this later, we can, but this is not as good as that stuff.
Right.
Yep. There you go, Goldstream. Sounds much more efficient. Maybe not quite as much
Well,
fun.
you can pretty much do that here too. We got ice like everywhere.
Oh, it's so slippery in places
It's
out there.
freaking dangerous.
Right here, I'm
You can pretty much ice skate on all the parking lots here.
trying to stop. The front tires lock up.
Just keep going.
Eva's saying, "You're just joking." It's like, no, I'm barely touching the brakes, and
You
the front tires.
you learn to shift down.
Was it last night coming out of Lawrence that it was so slippery on that corner at Pelican?
Yeah.
We came around the corner onto Pelican there, and I'm just going, kind of straight, and all of a sudden the back of the truck just starts
coming
sliding.
around,
It's like,
yeah.
wow, that's slippery.
Yep.
Yep. That was crazy.
Yeah, we had the same kind of thing here. We went from 48 below to raining outside, and on top of the packed snow that we had, the 6 or 8 inches the couple days before.
Where was it 48 below?
We had 48 below right down here in the hole.
How did you find that?
I got 2 thermometers
Okay.
down there.
Because we didn't get it here that I noticed. Of course, at that time I was trying to replace a water.
Right in the mouth of the
I was trying to
valley,
patch a
too,
water
but-
line.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. Well, we had that one blow up here in the building.
Yeah.
Make a mess.
It rained while it was 20 below. I think you call that a temperature inversion.
Yeah. Not
And
good.
very bad things happen in those cases. And ice storm.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Oh, we had some nasty ones when I lived in Minnesota.
Yeah, it's funny how the traction changes, from day to day. Same spot, no snow.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's slippery,
like
sometimes
this
it's
morning
not.
we had a really heavy frost on stuff, so we must have hit, even though it was only 12 degrees out, we must have hit the dew point where the moisture come out of the air.
Yeah.
Because there was frost on dry pavement. There was frost.
Yeah, Eva's very insecure right now because of her back.
Yeah.
Her,
Oh yeah. You don't want to go.
And so we're being
Play
very,
bumper
very
cars.
careful with her. I mean, just getting out of the truck. I'll park next to the
try to
steps,
get up.
and she'll just wait there until I get around and I get my feet planted, check the traction. I'm holding the door, and she just kind of uses me as a handrail as she gets to the.
Oh no, it's
platform
dangerous
there.
out here.
Yeah, I'll say, and I mean, for her, it's really dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, that back is in bad shape already, and
You don't.
one
need
good
to,
hit could be catastrophic.
Yeah, you don't need to do that.
Absolutely not. You know, if you had chains or something, maybe, or studded snow tires, which I don't. But yeah, that was
Yeah, well, all that does is it gives you the concept of being able to go faster
until you lose it.
until you lose it.
Yeah. Now you hit harder.
Yeah,
That
or get
one
stuck deeper.
that one little turn from Pelican onto whatever it was, for the last week, we'll be come down there and turn onto the road to Lauren's house,
Yeah,
and it just crosses up on me. But last night it was worse. You know, it was bad. I heard a friend of mine's dad once said they were in Canada, and the road was so slippery that if you didn't park on the crown of the road, if you just parked in your lane,
you slide
it
right
would
off
literally
the,
just
yeah.
slide off
I've
the
seen
road.
it where you couldn't. Yeah, you couldn't stand up. You couldn't grab onto nothing.
Yeah, I mean, just insane. He said, luckily, you get some guys and just push the car back up on the road, just slide it sideways. You know, it's like, wow, I haven't seen that. Doesn't sound like much fun to me. I think I'm going to park it here and go in the back, turn on the heater. Yeah. Which is why you sometimes got out, you look both ways, a long ways before you tried getting out of your driveway in case you couldn't stop, huh?
Yeah, come down and fly.
Yep. Oh, it would just take off on its own,
Yeah,
huh?
just slide. Yeah.
Okay. They make stuff called sand. That might be a good thing to spread that. Yeah, I would imagine Goldstream. That sounds quite unpleasant. Oh. Well, we better call it a night here. And
Thank you, everybody. And
thanks, and had a good time. And we just ordered a bigger mold for
pouring.
pouring the bigger beads.
There
Yeah.
you go.
So
That'll be fun.
we shall see. But I mean, I can get, if this is going on, several grams a day.
Good.
You know?
Yep.
Go over there, turn it on. And theoretically, I could leave it on all night. You know,
Oh,
come
well,
back
you
in the
could.
morning and it's all done.
It's either going to be there or not.
Yep. Yeah, Goldstream. We're actually making some decent gold right now. Hey, Lars. Yeah, we need to talk some more about furnaces. I'd like to make a bigger one, but design it so it's easy to mass produce. Okay. You guys take care and keep it safe out there. Happy prospecting. And we'll be back again next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. No Monty Python.